Шановні колеги, поки ми збираємо, будь ласка.
So, dear colleagues, while we are waiting, please take your seats. We understand that you want to have some networking, but you will have a whole day today and tomorrow and the evening tomorrow to spend time on that. While you're getting seated, please let me mention that if you want to listen to today's event in English, you have a chance to get the headsets for interpretation. So please do it if you need it. And let me repeat this in English.
Would be more comfortable to little bit more comfortable listen to Ukrainian in translation, with translation. Please take equipment in registration area, at registration area. You have 1 more minute to do this. В нас переклад
So we will have the interpretation only in this area, which means that the signal will reach only this area. In other venues and on the second floor, the interpretation will not be working. So you have to stay here in order to listen to the interpretation. So let me give you 1 more minute and we will start.
Друзі, всім
So, dear colleagues, good morning to everyone. Let me invite all those who are staying in the hall to join us because in about half a minute we are going to start our event and we will be standing here over this time to be kindly inviting all of you to join the opening ceremony. So we have up to 1 minute. So please, if you see some colleagues who are still there in that room, please do invite them to join us and we will start in about a minute. So, dear friends, dear colleagues, let me welcome all of you here. Good morning to you. I'm Karina, and together with my colleague Olena Anlo, we are going to be the moderators of this forum. And together with you, we'll be staying in this room over to start our forum with a minute of silence, a minute of commemoration of all those who have fallen in the Russian-Ukrainian war.
Дякую.
Thank you. We're now going to open already the sixth Ukrainian Urban Forum, and we would like to express our gratitude to all the defenders who are now defending our country and thanks to whom we can be staying here today. I suggest that you join us in the round of applause. We know that some present today in the room. So the topic of our forum is human scale. And within the framework of this topic, we're looking for answers to the question how we could mitigate the consequences of the war and demographic challenges. Together with you, we're going to be looking for a solution or for the answer to the question about how we could possibly enhance and reinforce human capital, how we could make housing affordable for citizens, employment, mobility affordable and available. And we will be looking for the answers to the question of how we could possibly create an urban space that could contribute to the reinforcement of communities and to high-quality leisure time. And we are very much grateful to all our partners, thanks to whom this forum has become possible. And let me mention some of them. This is Lutsk City Council, Algorithm of Action, Platform Heinrich Böll Stiftung, and the UN Habitat Office in Ukraine. And now we will start from the representatives of our partners and co-hosts of the forum. So let me start inviting those people to the stage. If you hear your name, please do come to the stage. And together with you, we will be opening the forum. So let me invite Igor Paraschuk, the city mayor of Lutsk, to take the floor. Let me Yatsuta, the head of the Algorithm of Action platform, the founder of the literary platform Tara. Let me also invite Katarina Kwasnitska, coordinator of the Promoting Democracy program of the Heinrich Böll Stiftung. And let me also invite Jamie Woods, United Nations Human Settlement Program UN Habitat, an expert in urban planning. And Anastasia Bobrova, director of CEDAS, curator of the Ukrainian Urban Forum. So, during this opening panel, we will be communicating in both Ukrainian and English, so suppose you do need interpreter there at the registration desk. And I'm also addressing the speakers if you need the interpretation, so the headsets are next to you on your tables. So let me invite our dear speakers to join us in this opening ceremony, and I would ask each of you to tell a couple of words about your vision of the development of Ukrainian cities in times of war, what challenges you can see, what opportunities you can see through your prism of activity, in your field of activity. And I will be inviting you in turn, and you will have up to 7 minutes to outline this topic that we are going to have in the focus of our attention during this forum. And let us start with your vision coming from your experience in your line of activity. And I will first give the floor to Ihor. Please share your vision of the development of Ukrainian cities as it can be seen from your point of view. Well, thank you, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear guests of our city, dear Lutsk residents. Welcome to the forum. And really, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers because the topic is so much relevant. And before we start our discussion, let me give you a couple of statistical data. Because one of the key topics of our today's forum is overcoming demographic challenges which were incurred, unfortunately, by the war. So in 2024, this is official statistics from the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine, 495,000 people died in Ukraine and 176,700 people were born. So you can see that the death rate is 2.5 times higher than the birth rate, which is a very sad statistical data. But unfortunately, we have the data for the first part of 2025, which is also negative, and the difference is now 2.9 times. So at the moment, when we are still having this full-scale war and the period after the peace comes preservation of human capital and return of people to Ukraine is going to be task number one. It's going to be a priority for our country, for our state, and for the government and authorities of all levels. As far as our community is concerned, we also have sad statistics because 3,000 children went to school in 2021, but this year the figure is minus 1,000 almost. These are the children going to the first grade in schools, which also shows a negative tendency. There has been recently adopted a law that allows people from 17 to 22 to go abroad, to leave Ukraine, and I keep communicating with the heads of enterprises, with businessmen, and they claim that over those several weeks, I will not give you the exact statistics because it's also going to be very sad and disappointing, but really very many young people have left Ukraine. So our task is to be looking for a solution to this problem. We need to find the ways to make people stay in the country because we don't have people. Unfortunately, the prospects for the development of Ukraine are going to be very sad. Some of the answers to those questions and some of the solutions are within the mandate of the national government, and we cannot influence this because this is about the continuation of the war and the economy. But something also depends on us. The extent to which our city is going to be comfortable, the prospects that we have in the city, the development capacity that we have in our city, that is something that is going to affect the overall situation. And we may thus attract people from different strata of society, of different age. And I think that now, in times of full-scale war, our task is to strike the right balance between the support of the defense forces, overcoming the consequences of the Russian aggression. Unfortunately, these damages caused by Russia in Lutsk are already substantial, and between the development of our city. So in spite of the fact that Lutsk is one of the regional centers with the smallest population, last year we were the fourth in Ukraine in terms of procurement of drones for the armed forces of Ukraine. Along with that, we try to develop our city and to implement the projects that will make our city interesting and attractive. The projects that will make people, our young people who are hesitating whether to stay in Ukraine or to go abroad, who are thinking about their future. So it will make them choose Lutsk, the place of their residence, where they will keep living and creating their families. And in times of full-scale invasion, striking the right balance is our priority, as it seems to me. We have a great many projects that we are implementing with the help of our European partners, and even today we are staying at the premises of the former cinema Batkivshchina, which was destroyed, which was actually dismantled 2 years ago. We got the grant money for reconstructing it, and we have this space for holding different events. And we are also implementing a number of grant projects, thus minimizing the amount of money that we use from the city budget, while instead we are engaging more grant money and donor money. It seems to me that in times of full-scale war, this is exactly the opportunity that we should be using. And gratitude once again to the organizers, to the participants who have come to this forum to discuss very relevant topics. So let me wish good luck to all of you in your discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Ihor. Let me ask you to give the floor to Ella Yasuta. And Ella, I would kindly ask you to keep talking about your vision of the development of Ukrainian cities through the prism of your experience and your line of activity. Maybe you are faced with some challenges or you do see any challenges. So over to you. Welcome to everyone. First of all, let me express my gratitude to the CEDAS team for choosing Lutsk for holding this forum this year. Let me express my gratitude to the team of the Algorithm of Action and all those organizations, businesses, activists holding different positions, because it's thanks to you that our city is exactly the city where such important events could be conducted. Well, this is actually one of the first challenges that needs to be mentioned. It's important to be able to see like-minded people in your surroundings, to see like-minded people, to see partners, and then to understand where your points of contact are, where your common shared values are, where your shared understanding is, because only through support of each other we could develop. And when we realized this, we started developing partnership relations we have been so much talking about, like intersectoral, interbranch partnerships, local, international, national partnerships, thanks to which we're becoming stronger. We support each other and we reinforce each other's efforts and initiatives. That's why the algorithm of action keeps going all the time, because we are confessing the religion of partnership. This is something that gives us quite an incentive and a lot of support. The other important thing to be mentioned is that when we work in synergy, we start thinking in large scale. And this is also a challenge, because to think systemically in large scale, this would mean relying on analytical data and realizing the challenges and being able to predict them and to manage them. This is a specific achievement regardless of the city in which we work. It's important to understand that first we have to rely on analytical data, and only then we develop strategies and the action plans for the implementation of those steps. One more thing to be mentioned about challenges is as follows. We have a shortage of staff. We need people, and I'm so much thankful to you that the title of the forum includes this component of human scale. We don't call it human capital, we don't say about resources. We speak about human scale, about people, the people who on a daily basis, in the conditions of full-scale invasion, wake up in the morning to take another step at work, in art, in culture, in urban studies, at war, or anywhere else. In times of psychological fatigue and anxiety, they find some resources in themselves to take this next step. It's so much important to appreciate what these people do, the people who are around you. If we speak specifically about Lutsk and about the work of the algorithm of action, it's important to mention that whenever we focus on the city and we try to see it as one whole with all the internal systems that exist in it, it's also important not to focus too much and not to narrow yourself down to the local context only. And events like this one enable us to see the overall picture and to see what relates not only to our city, but to have a wider, broader perspective through the national or international scale based on the experiences shared with us by other colleagues from other cities and regions. These are the challenges that, as I think, are the most important as for now, and we need to work with them, because all the other projects, solutions, decisions, and things are probably supportive ones. Of course, we need to work with them, but if we rely on the analytical data and work together with like-minded people, that is all possible. Thank you. Thank you, and let me give the floor to Katarina Kvashnitska. Katarina, maybe you can speak from the point of view of the foundation, which works a lot with cities and towns. So what is your vision of the development of Ukrainian cities? And could you please specify what your line of activity is? Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for our long-lasting partnership, because CEDAS and Heinrich Böll Stiftung have been in partnership for probably more than 10 years. And over this period of time, the organization has expanded and grown to the scale that we already Urban Forum, and I think that this is an important indicator of our systemic partnership and cooperation. It's a good that it is still being held in spite of the context, and we have this tradition traveling across the cities of Ukraine. Last year we were in Chernivtsi, this year we are in Lutsk. I hope one day we will also go to Kharkiv, Zaporizhia. Let's see when this happens. From the point of view of our foundation, I would say that the most important topic for us within this Promoting Democracy program is participation and participatory democracy. That's why we deal with risk assessment, planning, response, and I think that within this work we should not forget that we need to engage as many people in that process, the people who represent different environments. For example, I'm an environmentalist by background. That's why I like different natural series when they are referred to social series. In ecology, we have the notion of an ecosystem, which is one of the key factors of the resilience of ecosystems is availability of biodiversity. And the more biodiverse the environment is, the more sustainable the ecosystem is. And I think that this is an analogy that could actually be also related to the city, because the city should also be an ecosystem having social spaces, human spaces, art spaces, use spaces. It should be diverse. This biodiversity should be available in the cities. We need to be listening to the opinions of even the smallest groups of population. That's why what I wish all of us during the forum, please do networking, do build those social contacts, do support the initiatives of each other. Thank you. Thank you, Katarina. And now let me give the floor to Jamie Woods. We will also keep speaking on the development of our cities as of today. Please, I wonder if we could have the presentation on the screen. And Jamie, over to you.
Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, dear partners, dear guests, thank you very much for having us here at the Ukraine Urban Forum. On behalf of UN Habitat, thank you. On behalf of UN Habitat, firstly, to express our sincere gratitude to CEDOS for once again convening the event on such an important topic, and to all of our partners and participants who are joining us here for what we are sure will be a very meaningful and interesting conversation on human scale. So further to the warm introductions, I'd like to briefly introduce the work of UN Habitat and some of the progress and work we've been doing here in Ukraine, as well as outlining our future next steps. For those of you who are less familiar with UN Habitat, we are the UN agency responsible for urban development and sustainable progress in cities and towns, and this includes urban recovery as part of that mandate. Here in Ukraine, we are working as part of a sponsorship from the Federal the Ministry for Economy and Development Cooperation of Germany. We've been in Ukraine since 2023, supporting on work. I have a few slides here, which I'll just flick through now. Oh, there we go. Hopefully that's coming through on the screen. Nope, okay, here we go, yep. So, as you can see here, we are working across Ukraine. We partner and support different initiatives and projects across the country, but for the purpose of the forum today, I'd like to speak about our work supporting Hamadas on the 8 comprehensive recovery programs and integrated development concepts that we've completed here in Ukraine. So those are the 8 documents you see on the right of the screen here. We support the Hamadas and Oblasts with this work through the Ukraine Urban Lab. This is a collective of international and national experts in planning and development, where UN Habitat sits alongside partners in the space to provide our support to the Hamadas. Next slide. The theme of human scale is central to our work, although in the projects we support, we work on a territorial scale. We ensure that people are at the center of what we do. And that ensures that the plans respond to the community and not the other way around. So the decentralization reforms seek to bring planning decisions closer to the communities where those plans are implemented. And we see in the legal requirement recovery program and indeed the integrated development concept that these are requirements for public hearings at select intervals in the process of developing those plans. However, in our approach with UN Habitat and the Ukraine Urban Lab, we try to often promote more engagement with the community to get a more deep and meaningful connection with the residents and the community that we support. And so, tangibly, what does that look like? Here, sorry, I think there's a slight delay on the screen, but I will carry on. Here we see, sorry, I'll maybe skip the slides. We work to support the community with the analysis of the data we collect. We work to understand the community's vision, and we work to support the community in identifying projects and policies which can address those challenges and realize those visions. At each stage of that process, we are working with the community, whether that's from conducting household surveys to understand the experiences of the community, whether it's conducting validation workshops where we ensure that our understanding of that data reflects the lived experience of the community, or if it's visioning workshops where we work alongside the community to understand their hopes and visions for the future. And so, to what next? As of last month, we have now completed our 8 plans, and these have been adopted by the local governments and oblast governments that we work with. And so now we are working to support our Hamadas and our partners with implementation of these plans. And as you can see here, once more, we ensure that the community and the residents that we support are at the center of this effort. So we work on collaborative design process, participatory engagement, and many other processes to ensure that the community are once more at the focus of that response. I'm joined here by colleagues and some of my partners from the Urban Lab, including Urban Reform, whose work you see here on screen, and I think they will speak to more detail on the work that they do in future sessions. So I think, in summary, I would like to once again say that we are, UN Habitat, are committed to supporting integrated, inclusive, and resilient development and recovery in Ukraine. And we look forward to contributing to this important forum, learning from all of you here, and sharing in the collective progress being made so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I give the floor to Anastasia Bobro. It'll be great if you can give a comment through the prism of the Director of Status and Curator of the Ukrainian Urban Forum. So please tell me about the challenges you see in terms of city development. Maybe you can highlight a couple of topics so we can further take this into account throughout the forum today. Thank you, Karina. Thanks to everyone who have gathered in this conference room. My role is very simple here. I want to express my gratitude and tell a bit about my program and to enjoy this forum, so I will start. I want to say thanks to the City of Lutsk and the City Council. That's a great opportunity to conduct this shared event in this beautiful place together. And again, thanks to our partners, Algorithm of Actions. Without them, this would not be possible. The Heinrich Böll Foundation and our partners for many years, thanks for your support. I want to say thank you to all CEDAS team. I will not mention all the names, but being able to see some of these people at the stage or in this space is great. I'm happy to be the part of this team, and I'm glad that we can work together on such shared events and other projects. Let's give the round of applause. For those who who encounter SEDES for the first time, I want to mention a couple of words. We are NGO, the Center for Community Research. We have been working since 2010, so we have anniversary 15 years. We have analytics and research on urban and outreach projects, and I'm proud of our research in the realm of social protection, housing, education, integration, our urbanist projects which help communities to plan recovery. We are based in Kiev, our main office is in Kiev, but thanks to such events as this forum and other projects, we have a chance to travel. Over the last couple of years, we have visited more than 50 communities and have them in our partnerships. We have been helping these communities. And why we would like to talk about it. Which challenges, in my opinion, Ukrainian cities have been facing. In the first place, this is war, demographic challenges, economic crisis, social crisis, poverty continues to grow, inequalities have aggravated, infrastructure has been damaged because of Russian attacks, people die, and that sadly is a reality we may need to live on in the nearest future. In the nearest years, these challenges will not disappear. We will not be able to fully solve them. So unfortunately, we have to accept the reality. We have to embrace this. It's not that we have to come to terms with this, but we have to plan and develop amidst these circumstances. So it appears that right now solidarity is more important than ever. This goes for the state level. We need solidarity from international partners. At the level of society, we need solidarity from city policies to support different people, in particular those who are in need, like elderly people, people with disability, with low income, veterans, people who sometimes have to face their problems on their own. It is them that need this comprehensive network of support. We need urban policies which can ensure equal access to high quality housing, social protection, education and spaces. That's why the topic of forum sounds as follows: human scale. And for us, the opportunity of this human scale resonates with the idea of just city. And this idea was included in the program of the forum. It's based on 3 pillars. This is infrastructure, access to infrastructure, as I mentioned, to housing, education, social protection, mobility. The second thing, institutions. Institutions in a very broad sense, sometimes as organizations, in particular public organizations, or entire processes like Institute of Democracy. And number 3, this is about people, human potential. A just city is impossible without supporting people, developing their opportunities and creating conditions in which these people can manifest their strong skills and develop and plan their future. That is why our program across these 2 days will showcase how we have tried to highlight these different aspects of human scale. We talk about human scale because urban development or just city cannot be built upon some abstract concepts like competitiveness, efficiency, or like building better than it was before. All these terms have to be full of real senses, real meanings. They have to be tied to real people for whom we create and develop cities and policies. And only in this case can we build this just city. And hopefully this forum will be such a useful space for you. Thanks to everyone. Hopefully you will have a good time during this forum. Thank you, Anastasia. Thanks to everyone for your words, for your opening remarks and this introduction. And we will continue during the study this topic. Thanks to our speakers. We ask you to take your seats and enjoy the forum. Meanwhile, we will be talking about the program itself and how we will be working during these 2 days. I give the floor. Thanks a lot. Floor. Thanks a lot. Thanks for such inspirational introduction. We will be talking today and listening to the topics mentioned. But before we get down to the topic, I want to mention a couple of housekeeping points which will simplify our presence and engagement during the forum. In the first place, this year it combines vertical formats like presentations, panel discussions, as well as horizontal activities like walks and tours, informal networking. If you are familiar with this forum, that's okay. Be ready to engage differently. We will switch on different perspectives and different topics. The second point, the forum will last for 2 days, and the program of activities can be found by this QR code on the screen or on the lateral side, on the back side of the brochure. If you find it comfortable, some activities can be found on the brochure. What else is important about this program? Most of the activities will take place here, but in fact we have 3 programs taking place simultaneously. The second will start after lunch today. They are also included in electronic format or in printed version. You can also find these in those emails you have received recently. Workshops will start at a different location. We will also have dialogues and additional activities. Please follow up. They will be conducted per schedule. If you're not yet in the chat, please make sure to scan the QR code. You can also find them around this space. What you will find is communication channel where we will be posting different announcements and inviting to some specific parts of the program or announce changes or mention something about like the case with the Red Mazda today in the morning. Also, news from organizers will be found in this chat, so you can keep up with the news. Apart from the communication channel, there is a chat channel where you can write comments, send photos, ask questions, discuss and whatnot. So please join. I give you half a minute to scan the QR code. I think most of participants have already joined. A couple of housekeeping announcements. Tomorrow we will have 3 excursions, 3 tours around Lutsk. All of them are interesting. You can learn more about them in the program. If you want to join, please register. The number of places is limited, so enroll on the topic you find most interesting. In the first half of the day tomorrow, we will have tours in place of vertical sessions as usual. So learn about this, and during the coffee break you can to attend those that interest you most. Last point, even though we are in Lutsk, but life is troublesome, so in case of air raid alert, we will react depending on the type of threat. If it's a MiG aircraft or other full-scale air raid alert, we will suggest that those who want to leave the room, they can go to shelter, bomb shelter. I'll be responsible in the first place, and I will check the type of alert you can go with me to the bomb shelter. If you want to stay here and listen to the program, you can stay at the conference room. We also have online broadcasting, online streaming, so you can keep watching in the bomb shelter if you want. In case of a major air raid alert, we will just stop and pause until the air raid alert is over. There is a good bomb shelter, so we can go together. So probably that's it about housekeeping points. If you want to ask something, we have the red team. Look for people with red badges. They can tell you more about the program or the space. This is the team that is trying to make this experience as comfortable as possible throughout the forum. Good. So this boring part can be ended now. And traditionally, for those who attend the forum for the first time, I invite you to this session you will inform together. Speaking of human scale, it is important to talk not only in terms of speakers or experts we have invited. In our conference hall we have a lot of expertise. You are the residents of your communities, villages and cities and towns, and we would like to start talking about this topic starting with you. But to understand better who is around, who have come here, we will start with a couple of acquaintance questions so we understand who is who, and then we will proceed with the topical points, and that's how we will highlight our today's agenda of today's forum. So I suggest that we do as follows. We have an online tool. We short delay. Apologies. There we go. As you saw during the previous session, there is a short delay. We will have such delays on and off. Apologies for technical issues. You can scan the QR code to go to the questionnaire. You can type in, you can visit the website menti.com and input the numbers, or you can scan the QR code. There are comments. It still does not reflect on the main screen, but I can see the results on my screen. I will switch to the mini screen. There we go, it starts. So we will take breaks to sync up with screens and you. Hopefully most of you have scanned, have entered already. There are also thematic questions and discussions that will take place here as well, so please go to the website and enter the code or scan the QR code unless you have done this already. The first question, we will have a couple of questions for warming up to get to know each other better. There is a map of Ukraine, it may not be that visible, so please find the location you've come from, or maybe more importantly, it will be better where your origin is, where you come from. We have about 150 people, so we are waiting for more replies. There is also the English translation For international colleagues, if you are beyond Ukraine, I also see markers beyond Ukraine. And thanks a lot for writing comments. At the bottom of the screen, you can see the number of people who replied. We're still waiting about half a minute. Berlin, Lviv, Chernivtsi, that's good. As you can see already, we have a lot of representatives from Lutsk, which is something we expected. A lot of people from Kiev, but at the same time, we can see dots across Ukraine and beyond. In particular, including those who may originally come from occupied territories. Thanks for representing your communities, and remember, with a couple of urban forums, different kinds of communities have supported who remained under occupation. But as you can see, almost all the regions are represented, with a slight shift to Lutsk and Kiev. But there are representatives from the central part of Ukraine, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, western part of Ukraine, Luhansk, Zaporizhia. Thank you a lot. There will be a lot to talk about. Don't vote as yet, I'm trying to switch. Okay. Next question. What is the role and activity you're taking part in now? We would like to learn more about how you position yourself, how you classify yourself. There are students, researchers, architects, urban planners, representatives from local governments, communication specialists, activists, project managers, and other. If you represent the category other, you can indicate we have been trying to cover the most typical applicants, but we may not have covered all the representatives, like cyclists, tech engineers, transport engineers and experts, industrial designer. I'm also reading what is written in the chat. Future architects, cyclists, a couple of cyclists. Next time I would need to add this category. Most answers encompass students. We are glad to see you here. People are getting familiar with many topics that are most engaged and have the most eager eyes. A lot of researchers, about 25 as of now, project managers as well. We welcome you, architects, representatives of local governments, urban planners, communication specialists. Thanks a lot, quite a lot of different identities, officials. If you chose category other, hopefully you indicated that in the chat. The next category you will not have to choose. You can write down, because we cannot guess the whole scope. So please write down the topic or domain you work with, just a couple of words. You can choose one or two things, or one thing. We will see now. It's better to use just 1 or 2 words to see if there is any match with other topics. Waiting for half a minute. Please go on. It's a good chance to vote and write down.
Так, у нас доголосовується, але те, що я точно бачу, що в нас виривається
We are wrapping up, but we see we have architecture and urban studies, which is expected at such a forum. But that's good that you define this as your main domain of interest. The bigger the word, the more people have written this down. This is the main principle. We also have spatial planning, geography, urbanism, urban planning, regional development and mobility, obstacle-free access, city urban building, construction. Other than that, we have issues with pixels, so I will read in my additional screen. There are a couple of interesting topics I want to announce, apart from the most mainstream ones: professional orientation, gender, equality, volunteering, grant project, infrastructural access, human health, building recovery, game development, architecture, universal design, environment assessment, urban planning, economics, communities, people, housing, ecology, social sciences, demography planning, cycling, transport, mobility, and a lot of other things. So we would like that your voice be heard. The prospects of your areas are definitely to be covered during this forum through active participation, through questions to the speakers and discussions. So that's very good to raise all these layers to the surface to have a good space to talk about. Thank you. And the final question for acquaintance is just to get ready for the forum, because a lot of people have just come here. What is to happen during the forum so it is successful, in your opinion? A couple of options: new knowledge or old knowledge, or just to deepen your knowledge, sync up with colleagues, because you don't have that many spaces of such sort to talk about different things. Get to know new people or meet your colleagues, acquaintances. Such forums are a good platform to update your network or find new connections, attend a traditional urban forum party, or get to know the city. Unless you have the answer, you can write a comment. To find a job. To that end, we have a chat. Send your CV. You may have a chance to find a job. Half more minute.
Ну, в Луцьку вижити буде не легше.
So it seems to me that Lutsk is quite a good city for life and rather safe, so that outlines our comments. So it will all come. These are the comments, including the excursions. Yes, and all you're writing about will be covered. Good. So I think that we've got most of the answers. And the absolute winner is new knowledge and ideas. We've got quite a lot of in-depth discussions with great speakers. And if you're interested in workshops or in dialogues, so they will be conducted in parallel, please join them. It's going to be of interest as well. The second place goes to meeting new people. We will keep doing that all the time. We've heard what your idea is about. Then to get acquainted with the city, well, today you will have some sightseeing, there will be a party in the evening, you will also have some lunch outside, and tomorrow you will have sightseeing tours, and those who want to stay in Lutsk for a long period of time, we would hardly support this idea of yours. Then diving deeper into the topic, that will come, meeting old acquaintances, I hope that you have already done it, and to attend the party and to get synchronized in terms of the topics. Okay, thank you. So, as far as all the other things are concerned, you can actually cooperate in the chat. If you're not yet in the chat, the QR code is available on the walls of our premises. So I think that we now have a better idea who the people around us are. And for us to start diving deeper into the topic, and not just to start drinking coffee on that positive note, but to be in the right mood for this coffee, we as the organizers of the forum, as the team of hosts, decided that it's important, since we are talking about human scale, to also discuss the prospects for the participants. Since you're the people who are contributing your knowledge, you are the experts who are present here, can actually show different perspectives depending on the community you live in and depending on the line of your activity. And that's why we would like to start discussing those topics together with you. And the next couple of questions that we're going to discuss are going to be the questions where you are to participate in the discussion. Please think over the questions asked. Show what your vision and what your understanding is, for us to get the maximum out of that discussion. It's also important for us to be able to get back to those topics from time to time, because there will be a chance to ask questions whenever speakers are delivering their presentations. Therefore, we will be very happy if you are really active and engaged in the discussion. So we will be slowly changing the format of our communication and responding to our questions, let me put it that way. And we will start with you reading a question. You can actually, I will read it out. You can read the question, and I will be happy to get some comments regarding the answers you've given in the chat or in Menti. So the question is, what is human-centered approach as for you? What is human scale as for you in local policies, state-owned policies, in city planning, urban planning, or in your line of activity that is in any way related to urban studies? So I will give you a minute to think it over. We do have time for that. Think it over, how you could actually formulate the idea. The answer should be short, just 1 or 2 words. Think it over and try to phrase it in a nice way, to have it in a very concise form.
Нас в Менті майже 180.
So in Menti we have about 180 people, so we'll have to wait. All of them have a chance to give their answers.
Хто вже відповів, можете подивитись, що складається.
So if you have already given your answers, suggested your answers, so please have a look at the overall picture. So we can see that most of the answers run as comfort, accessibility, inclusion, equality, safety, participation, respect, security, accessibility for everyone, equality again, lack of barriers, social justice, a city for people. So these are the most frequently voiced answers, the winners. A human should be in the center of attention. And what I suggest now is as follows. If there is anybody willing to comment upon those answers, maybe I've not read out some things that are in the periphery. If I have not paid attention to something that you think is important, so please, you have a chance to comment upon that. We can also see such words as dialogue and listening to people, transparency, more of care, special humanism. So these are the answers that are kind of overlapping in between. But it will be great to hear from you why you have decided to give this or that suggestion. So you have a chance to comment. Please raise your hand if you're willing to give your comment, and my colleagues will approach you and give the mic to you. So can you comment upon why you have chosen the suggestion that is that you've provided in Mentimeter? Come on, we have a friendly atmosphere here, so feel free to give your comments. I'm Svetlana, and I put it human as a priority because we take a specific person, we go along this path of user together with this person, and we take into account this path of user in the state and local policies. Yes, and just a couple of words about yourself. I'm Svetlana Agnatyuk. I'm a geographer. I work in the CSO, which is called Безбар'єрність, or barrier-free, and I also work at the Taras Shevchenko National University. Thank you. I would ask our next commentators to briefly introduce. Be very much willing to approach you during a coffee break. So maybe a couple of comments in particular if they are showing the answer active. We already rushing to you? Yes, I was also rushing towards you. So I put inclusion because if the urban space is convenient and comfortable for such cohorts of population, that will mean that the space will be comfortable and convenient for everyone. I'm Igor Rudlovsky, and I'm the head of the NGO Mr. Pivnochi from. Thank you, and thank you for being with us. And one more comment probably from the room. Don't be afraid of saying some trivial things, because everything is relevant. That is kind of a warming up question. Thank you. I'm very happy to see all of you. I'm deputy head of the NGO, the Association of Young Reformers. That my idea could be of interest for many people because I'm rather young and I don't have an experience working in CSOs or NGOs, but I've seen quite a lot of things already in my life. And for me, a human-centered approach is primarily about focusing on the people having some issues. That is something what our society needs badly at the moment. Thank you, and I suggest that we go over to the next question. But before I voice it, I would ask you the following. While getting ready for this session, I understood that it would be great to discuss some things with the people who are deeply engaged in that, but whom you don't know. I mean, if it's your colleague or your peer from the same organization, it's going to be interesting, but that's different. So there will be several questions where we will discuss questions with the two people actually seated next to you. Maybe next to you, to the left, to the right, or at the back, or to the front. So don't be afraid to change your location a little bit. You can even change the place of the chairs, relocate in the room. Therefore, the next question is an easy question. But it will be great if you share your ideas. We would like to discuss the pluses and the minuses, the pros and cons of certain issues related to urbanistics, urban studies that we discussed at the previous session. That's why here is our first question for such discussion in pairs of three. So what are the practices, what are the processes or events that are the ones that enable your cities, towns or communities to stay human-centered? Meaning, what works well? What enables you to remain human-centered in practical sense? You may also make some critical remarks regarding what prevents you from doing it. Please don't hesitate to give answers. It's great if you think it over together about that. So please find your neighbors, find two more people around you with whom you will be able to discuss this issue. If you are not able to find such people, just raise your hands and our colleagues will help you. You will have 5 to 7 minutes for your discussion. Please get acquainted, introduce yourselves, tell who you are, what you are actually doing, and express your ideas on the topic. So let me give you 5 more minutes.
Продовжуємо говорити.
So let's go on with our discussion. Let me give you 3 more minutes. Forget about sharing your practices and even boasting of some best practices that you have ever employed. All the more if that was your of those practices. So keep going and you'll still have 3 minutes to discuss this.
Остання хвилина, тому
So try to wrap up your discussion. Just 1 minute left.
Дякую вам.
So thank you for your discussion, and I hope that you are already wrapping up the discussion. Question as a whole group, I think that we managed to dive deeper, and in the screen we can see a first response, but now you have recalled probably some other best practices, so you may add up something to the answer. We've got 78 out of 190 people participating in Mentimeter.
Ще чекаємо, в нас менше 100.
So we're still waiting, less than 100 answers. So please, those who have not yet given their answer, try to phrase it in a concise way and put it there.
Дякую за активне коментування.
Thank you for your active comments. Let's still wait just a couple of seconds. We are looking forward to getting your answers, please.
Ви можете потенційно також, наскільки я пам'ятаю,
As far as I remember, you also have a chance to look at the answers on your phone, but I suggest that we read out some of the answers. Just waiting for one more answer.
я вас вірю.
I do believe in you.
Одненько відповідь ще.
Just one more answer. Thank you. So at least we've got 100 answers. And by the way, all the results of Mentimeter will be shared with you so that you could go back to them and look at them in detail. Please set the music down, and I will try to scroll down to read out the main things, and those who are willing to give their comments will have a chance to do this. So quite a lot of answers, as we can see, different answers. So generally what people say is paying visits of such forums by city mayors and administrations, and walking around the city, then participation, participatory budget, engagement of the community, solidarity, some appeals to commute down, then those people who understand what the reality is, those people who understand that somebody is not ready for change, communication, and to give an opportunity to pass decisions to ordinary people, not just to experts. So let's scroll down. So we have laws, best practices, then Mr. Sadovey, the mayor of Lviv, is mentioned as probably the best practice and the one who implements best practices. Then inclusion, laws and their enforcement, then let's move on. The focus groups and strategic sessions, then activist self-government, co-living, solidarity systems, system for humans, not humans for systems, then creation of NGOs, partnership with municipalities, roundtable discussions, workshops, and the willingness of the authorities to communicate. Let's move on. Okay, the same participatory budget, so I'll be reading out only the answers which have not been read out yet. So communication, development of pedestrian infrastructure, digital annex or application for the city, community, development of bicycle infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure, public hearing. Let's move on. Then the interest of the authorities in this urban development, surveys and polling. This has been already mentioned. Somebody says that it's good that it would be good to have free of charge excursions, festivals, public discussions. Someone says that no practices do help here, or you can inform people only by word of mouth. then high level of servicing, a good reputation. What else? NGOs, CSOs, sports infrastructure responsibility, dialogue, live communication, dialogue again. That seems to be it. No, not yet. Quite a lot of answers still down there. So public transport is mentioned here. Then the approach to the organization of the process by the city management, festivals, joint community works, multi-apartment buildings, lack of barriers, engagement of people in the decision-making process. So I think that a number of things echo with each other. They are just phrased in a different way. And we will keep getting back to those answers. You know, I'm reading out not just brief answers, but the ones that I haven't read out yet. So student designed workshop inspiring the community to undertake the changes. Workshops, many lectures, participation, activeness of non-indifferent people, development of infrastructure. So you can see that there are quite many options. A lot of them are repeated, but now I would be interested in hearing it from you. Please share your best practices. Tell us what really works well, even in the conditions of war, when everything is not quite relevant in time because we have to focus on our defense. So please share the information about those best practices. Raise your hand, just tell a couple of words, and I will be interested in learning about your experience. Let's wait until the mic is given to you. A community, if you don't know this community, this is exactly the community where in the year 2022 the Russian soldiers stabbed and they could not move further. So this is Makariv community. So we are now focusing on our recovery and development. To your question lies in the plane where we focus on the way the local self-government structures the way. I mean the work. I mean the mayor and his team. If they work under closed door and you can never reach them, of course there will be no good result. But if people are ready, by people I mean the city mayor and his team are ready to work with open doors, they are ready to listen to you and to lend an attentive ear to your suggestions, then we could be discussing about all possible engagement practices.
Anybody else? Let's tell about your communities. A lot of good things were written, and I hope there is not only theory but also practice, even some minor steps. Please let us know. Hello, I'm Victoria Kolodishna. I represent NGO, Laboratory of Changes and Inclusive Hub in Lutsk. For 5 years we've been working inclusion, in particular inclusion through arts. We conduct sessions for children and adults alike with disability and conduct studies for specialists who either work or want to work with people with disability, but like also have workshops for parents and supporting psychotherapeutic sessions. And in these 5 years we have seen many changes in the environment around, how specialists that were afraid to work with children with special needs start doing their job, like theatrical workers of children were not ready to take such children to their studios. Now they are ready to do it, so children can speak for themselves, show their potential and fulfill it. Thank you for your attention. If you have something to add, go ahead. We'll get greetings. Diana, I'm an architect. I had experience and working and living in Kiev and Lviv, and I would like to compare how work takes place in both cities. in KMDA and Lviv City Council about what I saw among my colleagues in the council. With the support of Anton Kolomizin, who's the main architect of Lviv, you could see processes like student participation in Lviv City Council, young specialists in the Department of Architecture, and later on they translate this to how the city looks. I studied in Kiev and was quite an active student. I cannot see such open way to engage and access of communication with institutions, well, who's the main architect in Kiev. So there is the lack of openness in the architectural department for cooperation, so Lviv is better in this respect. Thank you a lot. It's good we had a lot of comments about youth engagement, and essentially people showed how this can work. Thank you. So, the question, which will be a bit easier to answer, but before I read it out loud, please find people with whom you have not talked yet, someone else, and till the end of the session we can talk around, we can mix up, so we can take other seats or can move to the other side of the conference room. Now you split into groups of 4 or 5 people, you will have a good topic to talk about. So split into groups with whom you would like to talk. Please do it now. Unless you know your colleagues, you can raise your hand and you will get help with it. Look at people around. I understand. Just arrived. Want to hang out, chill. So it's very important to hear your opinion. We have literally of such kind. So find people you may want to talk to, or please let us know. You can, so other people can approach you.
Ще півхвилини. Да, там якраз люди махали ручкою. Дякую. Підключайтесь.
Yeah, please join. You see people to that side of the conference hall.
Ще півхвилини. Знайшли.
Half a minute. Now, a moment of attention, please. Regarding the question you will have to discuss. The question. May I have your attention, please? The question as follows. You will find it in Meta as well. We'll give you some more time so you can get to know people better. You can talk through whether you see similarities or no. What key challenges, which key challenges do you see for your communities or cities that require attention? What challenges in particular right now, and we speak about current situation and future, which challenges require your attention? And how do you work with this? How do you respond to these challenges? You can write it down. Unless you work, you can just write down all the challenges. Well, you're supposed to see the question on your phones. What are the key challenges for your cities and how do you cope with them? Talk through it. Tell each other from which communities and cities you are, and tell and discuss how you work with these challenges if you do so.
вас є на це 12 хвилин. Часу буде 12 хвилин.
You have 12 minutes for that.
Ще 8 хвилин.
8 more minutes.
Just last minute, please wrap up your discussion and then you will be able to vote. Just 1 minute.
Завершуємо обговорення.
Let's try to wrap up. I suggest that we do the wrap up of this discussion and we smoothly go over ministers in Mentimeter. So, dear colleagues, I suggest that we do finish the discussion in the groups in which you stand, that it's a little bit difficult to stop. It's actually something normal. Please switch off the music. So, dear colleagues, please stop a discussion. Just give me half a minute of silence for me to know that we were moving simultaneously towards our goal. So please give the answer to the question that you can see in Mentimeter. This half a minute could be used because after your discussions, I think you have generated new ideas.
Дякую. Дайте, будь ласка, відповідь про те, які
Give you answers regarding key challenges for your cities. How you're working, how you're responding to this. If you have indicated that you respond, please down in your comments. I'll be reading out loud later on. Half a minute left, and we will see if there is something shared on, if there are discrepancies.
Дякую. Давайте я поволі завершу.
Thank you. As you're wrapping up, I will start reading out loud what I can see on the screen. I will highlight a bit more what you have written. We will see what echoes, and afterwards you will have a chance to express your opinion. This is also an opportunity. This is this format where we can discuss in this shared group. This will not be commenting upon what speakers on the stage say. You can express your pains and your solutions, what you're doing. I will read out. If you want to comment, highlight something, feel free to talk. That's a good opportunity in this space to express your opinion in front of other participants and highlight a bit your opinion on topic. So I'm reading. The Kievan part about Klitschko, the city mayor, war and consequences, don't rush. Chronism is also observed, outflow of youth, outdated architectural funds, cross-centeredness, lack of optimizing for open spaces, insufficiently good pedestrian infrastructure, communication approaches. People are not fully informed. We mentioned that the best thing is where you have adequate communication, but it's not present everywhere. Some of you mentioned about communication. People do not fully understand the tools where exactly communities may have influence, so you need more comprehensive approaches. As I read out, you can vote, you can use different emojis if it resonates with you. Constant problems with illegal construction. You can also hit the like button if it happens. Desire of some developers to destroy the appearance of the city. Low cooperation of universities, lack of interest in cooperation. Lack of information about events. People are not actively engaged and do not know the algorithm of actions and preservation of cultural heritage issues. Slightly lower, scroll down. Negligence of citizens in respect to problems. Preserving biodiversity, garden squares and backyards. Thanks to those who mentioned what you do, how you respond to challenges, construction development, greenery. You can attending meetings. Thanks for the second part. Thanks for highlighting it. Most of people remain in their bubbles and are not trying to find new acquaintances and communities. Creating appropriate infrastructure, lack of parking lots, excessive construction, incorrect inclusivity solutions. Boxer and his business friends. Herbicide. Occupation of Severodonetsk. Understandable challenge in general. Lack of access to territory. Lack of mobility for IDPs. To improve conditions in dormitories. Improving conditions for Ukrainian education institutions, ensuring better infrastructure, better conditions in dormitories, frontline cities improvement, growth of bomb shelters, free access, transport infrastructure. I'm trying to find what was not announced as yet, so as not to read out all 70 answers. Access and convenience questions, engagement of people, and underdeveloped economy sectors. Not complying with legislative framework in construction, demographic crisis and challenges. Response to those suffered in war. Housing issues. Thank you, slightly scroll up a bit. Absence of accountability, ignoring initiatives, popularizing the question, visual noise, corruption, security system in the city, youth engagement, slightly down, scroll down. Artificial subdivision into regions, development and construction, lack of master plan, lack of social building, old construction, different families, and in Dnipro region, transport problem. The revenue from minerals do not go to the benefits of the city. It's loading a bit more, slightly down. Kyiv mentioned again. Kharkiv, the urbanizing, lack of investment in cities, especially frontline cities as far as I understand. The mechanism for communities is too long in terms of accessible housing. More vehicles compared to the number of residents, potable water and communication. A lot of things echo through. I missed a lot of things. And one of the last opportunities to express yourself in this session, what you do and how you formulate the problem, why it is important. Likewise, we are trying to inform the field of today's forum by asking questions. We would like to highlight today, irrespective of what our colleagues envisaged in this program. So if you want to express yourself, what challenges you have and what to do with it, please raise your hands. We have a couple of minutes for that.
So please introduce. I'm a student of the Faculty of Architecture And during our dialogue, we actually voiced the idea that the conditions of accommodation in the dormitories and the hostels need to be improved because young people need some accommodation, and the local authorities, city authorities, need to be interested in taking repairs, building more dormitories. There are some best practices related to dormitories, so they should be paid attention to. Thank you. Anybody else? I think that you've already had a lively discussion, but now it's high time that you voice your ideas. I'm Yuri Lanets, a student of architecture, and a highly relevant issue for me is the fact that in small towns, quite often we don't have any specialized higher educational institutions that develop the community. I'm an architect from community of Sumy. Sumy is quite a large city, but I had to go to Kharkiv to study architecture because in my city we don't have a higher educational institution that would be developing the community of architects. We do not have the institutions that would be competent to train students. And here is another question. In frontline, in frontier towns, quite often they don't have any spaces where young people could get together to discuss some relevant, urgent issues because they don't have that many underground spaces and they either are already destroyed or their repairs have not been funded. And in the ground spaces, it's not possible because there is ongoing air alert. Well, thank you for your comment and for your question, and maybe one more comment. Well, I'm sorry for my taking the mic again, but we had a very lively discussion with Anastasia from the Echo Club NGO, and we discussed the topic, which is a challenge for many city planners and architects who deal with the designing process. These are the state construction norms, the BNs, the so-called standards, which are not adjusted to current reality, to the materials that are now used for construction and that keep popping up. They are not adjusted to the technology that keeps popping up. And even if you want to improve something and you want to work with new technologies, materials, quite often you just don't have the legislative framework for that. You don't have the state construction standards. Well, I'm not sure that we should call those state construction standards, DBNs, as the legislative framework, but we don't have the documents to really go through the examination process and to be able to use those new materials and technologies. Thank you. And play maybe one more comment to this side. Hello, so I'm from Kyiv, I live in Kyiv, and Kyiv has a number of issues, but it seems to me that compared to other cities, people in Kyiv are very much afraid of probing things, of experimenting on things. You know the public lanes, but we've currently got them, but not that many. And you don't need to build it underground. You just need to do the lining for the streets, but they are afraid of running those experiments. So people are afraid of experimenting. They're afraid of some invasion into the streets of the city. Maybe this is subject to lack of communication. I'm afraid. I know that we don't even have good pedestrian crossings. Police is very much afraid of introducing some changes in the traffic lines or in the markets. So I would encourage the authorities not to be afraid of trying it out. If you do it wrongly, then we'll give it another try. Two more hands raised, so let's first give our mic to this lady. See, I'm from Echo Club NGO, and it was me who had a discussion with Diana. We raised this issue of the state construction standards. Like to speak on low level of education communities. We are going towards the EU. We are trying to make Ukraine recover, and we will have a lot of things to deal with. But I think that we need to engage as far as the environment sustainable materials, environmentally friendly materials. People need to know what adaptation to climate change stands for. People need how they need to be implementing those innovative technologies in their communities. And we, as an NGO, Eco Club, do help them with that. We have the contest Adapters UA. For the first time, we have had this contest, and we are introducing innovative solutions in communities, and we need architects. So please feel free to approach me because we need architects badly. Yes, there has been one more hand raised. I'm Maria, and in trying to answer this question, I got the feeling that the understanding of what local identity stands for and where we are going. I deal with spatial planning, and when I communicate with communities are so much striving to get more European-like. They call themselves a part of Europe. They're claiming that they are trying to join the EU. They want to have infrastructure that is the same as in the European or EU cities. And in that way, we are bravely getting rid of the Soviet heritage, Soviet legacy, and we are ready to remove some elements of architectural environment that were created in times of the Soviet Union. But at the same time, we tend not to notice that we are losing our local identity step by step. We just want to become like somebody else is, and we want to implement some tactical solutions that were used to cities, but at the same time we tend to lose our own local identity. Who are we? Why do we have such local names? Why do we have words coming from the Turkish language? You know, I'm from Odessa, and I now feel that this is really important for the city not to go across this rash. Go into history. Close to Odessa, well, we had the Greek settlement, and here also nearby we used to have the Cossack settlement, the Cossack neighborhood. So we need to take this into account. We need to dive deep into history, but for some reason local approaches to city planning and development tend to forget about this and do not take this into account. So I feel that this is another challenge we need to discuss, because then it's going to be about the right to having a city. All people are different, and we need to take this into account. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Just a quick last comment, because I can see that this raised hand is very, very active, and we will then go over to our final questions. Please raise your hand once again. We're nice to see you. Good morning, I'm Yulia Dashchuk. I'm from Lutsk National Technical University, and I'll also represent Spilna Prava Plus NGO, and we work with local context. So in follow-up of the previous speech, I would say that we work with local community of Drevny village included to Lutsk territorial community. But if we speak about local identity, so it can be seen not just in the context of the cities and towns, but also in the context of the villages, which had to join the cities, because the urban context sometimes tends to ignore this local identity. And for more than 6 years, we have been researching and visualizing that local context of the village. And I would say that just local residents, after such a research, start having a different vision and a different presentation of their own history and their own inhabited settlement. Those local initiatives, if you like to study the legacy and then to implement this new information in the field of tourism, feel free to address me. We will work together with information about Drevny Zhidich. Well, you can find information about this organization, but please, you can also join our WhatsApp chat and write information with your context, just not to get lost. All right, then, here is our last question. Well, we are ideal in terms of time, but I will not regroup you into 5 or 6 people, groups of 5 or 6 people, because otherwise I will not be able to stop you. So what I suggest is that you now break down into the groups of 4, preferably with some new people, but you can also stay with the people with whom you have already had some communication. So find 3 more people who are looking at you right now. We have just one question left, and this is the question about the perspective and the prospects. You can change your seats. Feel free to do it. Raise your hand if you don't have your team around you who has raised the hand, and you can team with those people. Let me give you half a minute for creating the groups. It's an ideal match. Please have a look at the people with hands raised, and you may team with those people.
Тут буде питання з підвохом. Зараз воно висвітиться на екрані.
And there is going to be a tricky and colleagues, please pay attention to the screen. No music, please. So here is our last question, which is pretty much the same as the previous question. Please have a minute of silence. Give it to me. So the question is similar to the previous one, but it's this more about what we are, not about the challenges, but what we are going to discuss now. Do not be writing anything, because I will still voice this question once again. You have to think about your community, and in this context, you need to think about the changes in your cities and communities that are a priority, that need to be paid special attention to at the level of policies, at the level of planning, and at the level of immediate intervention. So what changes are a priority in your cities and communities? And please think it over. If you had to choose from a range of many priorities, which changes would you choose? It's great that we can still think about the future in the context of war, but let's still think within the interval of 1 or 2 years. What changes in your communities you would see as a priority, which requires special attention for the development of your communities? And I think that this will ensure a smooth transition to the further discussions where we will speak on all of those things. So you'll have 8 minutes. You have all got groups of 4 people. You will have 8 minutes, and after that, you can already give your answers in Mentimeter.
Ще 3 хвилини.
3 minutes left.
Остання хвилина.
1 minute left.
Можна договорити. Колеги, пропоную завершити.
So, colleagues, we are about to finish this. Pay attention to your phone screens and
Вашу відповідь на ці основні пріоритети.
put down your answer to this question. So, what changes would be a priority for your community, for your cities as for now? So, please do complete the discussion and pay 1 minute of attention to answering this question.
Дайте відповідь. Тут класно, що люди писали
Give a good answer with due account of your discussion, of the discussion that you have just had, from the point of view of your communities, villages, towns, or cities.
Півхвилини на відповіді, і буде можливість також висловитись.
So just have a minute left, and then there will be some comments voiced orally. So we can actually start scrolling down. I will not read out all the answers because I would be very much willing to hear from you. But we can see that some of the issues that have already been mentioned are given here as an example of best practices. Please, colleagues, if I could have a moment of your attention, or rather several moments of your attention. We are about to complete this first session, which has been rather long, but stay with me for a couple of minutes. Thank you. So I would ask the technical team to scroll it down, but please do it slowly and I will try to comment. So quite a lot of mentions of absence of barriers. A lot of people speak about the budget, about some local problems specific cities or villages have. Then these are demographic issues, the issues public spaces, youth centers, a literal globalization, integration of communities, participatory budgets are meant, eradication of corruption is mentioned, development of transport, public transport, eco-culture, a human-centered approach is also mentioned here. Thank you for writing this. The issue of transport infrastructure and preservation of old buildings, the issue of cultural heritage protection policies, green areas, the transport infrastructure again. So we can see quite a lot of answers. Okay, something has got wrong with the display. Okay, so while we are getting back to the screen, let me have a look at the comments that you could you would be willing to make. So there is some room for 3 or 4 comments. So if you want to highlight the changes that would be highly recommended, and if you want to highlight the topics that could be of interest for your community and for some other communities, please, the floor is yours. That is a very good chance before all the other sessions, which will be in the discussion format. So we can see 2 hands. Let's start from here. Good afternoon, I'm Vlad, and today I represent a small town from the north of Khmelnytsky region. This is Slavuta town. It seems to me that for all small towns, a major problem is absence of comfortable and good public spaces in the open air that would act to make people get together, and in those spaces they could actually be spending time together generating new ideas for new initiatives. Thank you. Let's give the mic to this participant. Good afternoon once again. I'm Roman from Makarev community. If we speak about the changes that have already been implemented, I should say that thanks to our international partners, recently we've been actively implementing a participatory approach to fixing socially important issues. But if we speak about the changes that are coming, this would primarily be development of the documents of the complex spatial development, comprehensive spatial development plan, because we're not going to find the money in our budget for that. But if we don't have it, we are losing our prospective investors. And we already have an experience with a situation when a company, which would be a good investor, failed to locate their business in the territory of our community, because of the lack of this comprehensive spatial planning, spatial development plan. Okay, thank you. There is room for one more comment if you want to highlight some of the changes that you have mentioned in your written answer. Maybe I would encourage the communities and the cities which have not yet taken the floor to participate in the discussion. Okay, I can see that there are 2 comments left. So let's start with you. Good afternoon, I'm Taras. I'm a student and I'm also a young architect, a young practicing architect. And in fact, I can speak from the point of view of the user, because I live in the city of Kyiv, I study there, I work there. And for me, the main challenge that I see there, and I still don't know what the solution to this problem could possibly be, is the fact that no caretaking of the residential areas of the city and the suburban areas. I think that this is not just the problem of Kyiv. The problem of renovation and recovery of any city looks similar to that. And in the previous question, there came an answer from Maria, who said that recovery and reconstruction and decoration of interiors and spaces in different cities and towns is actually not accompanied by studying the context of the city and the local history. I mean that if any spaces are organized, nobody takes into account the historical context and the impact of this space on the city as such in terms of its architecture. Well, thank you. Could you please raise your hand once again for my colleague to see you and give you the mic? Try to be concise. Good afternoon. I am Andrei Olinik, the chief architect of the town of Kolomea. I think that our main issue now is to invest into people. The people who are not just thinking over the changes, but who are implementing those changes, because all those public spaces, inclusion, absence of barriers could stay just on paper, while we don't have the people who will be implementing all those policies, all the more if we take into account the demographic situation of Ukraine and the problems with our educational institutions. Well, that is a problem to find the people who would be willing to go to some communities to work. I can tell you from my experience that we really have a problem with human resources, with a human scale. So I think that we have to focus all our resources and all our initiatives on that. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to everyone for a very meaningful discussion, for very informative comments, for your conclusions, for your ideas, because a lot of things were mentioned on the screen, and then we managed to comment upon a lot of things, and you will get all this information in our common chat for you to get better acquainted with all that. And, you know, if we have a look at the best practices, it's important to take them into account, and over the next couple of days we will be focusing on some solutions, some best practices that could be used as solutions to our problems. Of course, there are a lot of challenges, but there is also a lot of expertise. Everything is not that simple, but we have some time to dive deep into that, to discuss all that, and to keep using the best practices in the future. So thanks again for all of you for such a powerful start, for diving deep into a number of our topics already at the beginning of our forums. So let me encourage you to keep being engaged in the sessions that will be in the presentation mode, in the discussion mode. All those topics are important, all those discussions are important, and your voices should be heard. And now let's have a coffee break, and we get back to our first panel discussion at 12:30. Have some networking and have some coffee. Thank you.
Дорогі друзі, я запрошую вас заходити.
Dear participants, I invite you to this conference hall to take your seats. In a minute or two, when you're ready to start, we will start our discussion. So please invite your colleagues. We'll be starting shortly in about 2 minutes, so please take your seats and invite your colleagues. So dear friends, I invite you to join and we are going to start. Please be seated. Switch off the music, please. Now together we will have a chance to start our first panel discussions that are included in the forum program, and the topic sounds as follows: social recovery, how systematic infrastructure development and tactical urbanism promote equitable urban development. This discussion will be moderated by Mariana Kozewska-Danliuk, head of the Urban Research Department at SEDES. I give the floor to you, Mariana, and I wish you to have a fruitful and nice discussion. Thanks a lot. Greetings to everyone. I kindly ask you to join us. A lot of spaces are still free, especially the front row. I'm pleased to be here today and start this discussion panel because a lot of things were mentioned during our previous panel, and I want to elaborate upon the words of my colleague from Colombia, that the value of people is key, and despite the fact that we will be talking a lot about infrastructure and institutions, there are many initiatives that people create this humanitarian dimension, and I would like to focus on this specifically. And I am glad to introduce my colleagues. We'll be talking with, in the first place, Jaroslava Bratus, senior analyst at the Comeback Alive Center for Initiatives Human Capital Research Branch. Yeva Kupchenko, she's a multidisciplinary researcher, designer and an artist, as well as my colleague Marina Bakayenko, project manager at SEDES. We will build our discussion as follows. Colleagues will briefly introduce their projects, their deliverables, and then we will proceed with the session, and at the end we will have a comments section, and I encourage you to actively participate in it. I give the floor to Jaroslava. Can you show the presentation on the screen? Meanwhile, my presentation is being presented. I want to introduce myself. I'm Jaroslava. I'm glad to out as to how united we are, because we do not work only with infrastructure. We work with Our focus of research is the question of recovery for veterans. We work with veterans who were wounded or have diseases as a result of combat actions. But we focus more not on the recovery as such, but rather recovery through adaptive kinds of sports. Please raise your hands if you heard something about adaptive kinds of sports. I see many hands and it gives me joy. I'm happy about it. So my presentation started. When speaking about adaptive sports, essentially this is about movement. People who had injuries or wounds, afterwards they have to get used to their new bodies, and it influences their physical and mental health, as well as the feeling of space in like public spaces, private environment as well. That is why the process of recovery does not take place without the participation of what is around. So when talking about adaptive sports, in the first place, this is about improving physical health and as well as helping to recover faster after injuries. After wounds or injuries, the person may use a wheelchair. So actively participating in different initiatives in like physical therapy or recovery, it helps to better feel your body, take control of it, and better move around. We have a good example from a participant of our recent project. The participant was able to move down the stairs in the wheelchair. It requires huge physical strength and skills, but to be able to feel in unadapted spaces, it requires a lot of effort. It also improves mental health, because when you feel your body better, when you feel more independent, when moving, you do not need constant assistance. That is also something that improves your physical and mental in the first place. This is about communities as well, because adaptive sports helps not only to create a community among peers, but to be better integrated in civilian society. So for us, this is one of the bridges a community can use to better integrate veterans into the civilian environment. It's also about forming new skills and opportunities that you can restore faith in yourself. Speaking of communities and why we sit here at all, as I mentioned, speaking of recovery through adaptive sports, it is about improving integration in the civilian life of community, because when a person comes back from combat actions, sometimes it may be hard to find the common ground with the civilian life. And when you have this bridge, namely the sports, this is the topic you can talk about. This is something where you can feel secure and safe. It's also about respect, because sadly before that we didn't mention veterans in discussions, and I would like to address that. In particular, when we talk about the development of cities infrastructure, because cities infrastructure spaces, all of them have to demonstrate that we remember about what veterans have done for us and that we take care of their comfort. Speaking of adaptive sports, it is also about developing accessibility. As you develop infrastructure of adaptive sports, it automatically enables to make cities more accessible. It creates more accessible sports halls, not somewhere in basements where you cannot climb down using a wheelchair. It's about informing a more aware society where people understand that sports is not only for physically healthy people, sports is for everyone. It's about recovery in the first place. At the end, I would like to mention that infrastructure of communities has to be adapted and contribute to the recovery of veterans. And everyone have to be included in this process within community, because only through joint action can we build a high quality social, physical and healthy recovery for veterans. Thanks a lot. I give the floor to Yeva.
Naturally, well, if we speak about the challenges related components that are important for any public and cultural centers, because in here I mean the components like physical ramp, but what kind of walking ramp it should be? Do you have any thresholds or doorsteps? The elements of barrier-free spaces which need to be studied. We need to take quite an effort to really create inclusive, barrier-free environments. So this is the challenge that our participants have been faced with. And social barrier-free environment, it always, or rather sometimes, is a barrier itself, because you need to take a mental effort to create a space to which everyone will be able to come and to openly share their ideas. So the group initiating this project should consist of the people who first realize this idea and who then articulate this idea and show with their own activity that the elderly people could come to that space, people with children could come to that space, veterans, people with disabilities could visit that space and openly share their ideas and communicate there. So that is quite a challenge, how to organize this. Regarding whose initiative it should be, well, we have seen it from practice that it works best if initiated by the people who've done something similar in their communities. Well, they have found some room in a library, and together with other active people in that room, they are organizing yoga sessions for elderly, lonely people, or some master classes, and they understand what their effect is, and they understand that this sort of infrastructure needs to be developed. But it works best if these people willing to create larger spaces get the support from local authorities, because this space can be created through donor support, but it should be further maintained by someone, and all those issues of sustainability are also come to the front here. All of us will have to implement this together with local authorities. One more thing regarding recovery and this correlation between environment and humans and environment. So the challenges may be different. I remember that in COVID times there came a lot of research about the fear of nature that we have among the representatives of the younger generation. And it seems to me that in the context of the war, this fear is only being aggravated, taken into account mining of territories and a lot of other things like unexploded ordinances. But at the same time, we keep being inspired by watching at some rural areas that keep growing something, keep cherishing their gardens and orchards. And when you look at this nature through the prism of the occupation that may probably be coming, people still keep taking care of themselves, taking care of their families, cherishing something they have. So I think that if we have a look at that, we can see this difference between the rural and urban population. And since I'm not a member of any organization myself, I probably cannot say what is initiated in what way and what the challenges there are. But we can see that there are a lot of projects. We just need to kind of prioritize them, because the process of prioritizing. If we sum it up, it seems to me that it's quite important to mention the aspect of education and awareness raising for to overcome the challenges, because we as organizations need to take quite an effort to learn something new, to learn how to create barrier-free environment, to learn how to grow gardens, plants, or to learn how adaptive sports is functioning. So just to know the rules of the game in the broad sense of these words. That is the task of our organizations. But I have another question which has partly been covered. Whom are we doing this for? Who are our beneficiaries and stakeholders? And I would like you to cover it from one perspective. Quite often, when we are now implementing some participatory projects and we are trying to engage the residents of communities in the process of decision making, this is already a cliché phrase that I keep using. Let's be honest that many people are not engaged in those processes for objective grounds. People are at the front line, they are abroad in emigration, they are IDPs, and even within one community, if there are some changes in terms of occupied territories, many people quite often are not engaged. So how do we strike the right balance with this? How do we work with this? Maybe some local initiatives which are generated around some specific areas. What do we do for those initiatives not to be closed? How do we make them socially opened? Well, I always take the mic. I'm the first to take the mic, but I'm already trying to assess the situation whether people are going to criticize what I'm saying. So when we think about whom we are doing this for, well, if we speak about recovery of veterans via adaptive sports, beneficiaries are, but I think that the picture is much broader, because we're actually doing this for everyone living in that community, and not only. We have learned that if a person is going in for sports in a non-traumatic way, because there may be some sportsmen who get some injuries, some traumas, and then this will be traumatic sports. Your body and spirit. So this is more about the fact that a doctor less and less, because there is no need for that, and the burden on the social and healthcare field gets lower in a certain community, and not only. So if this happens on a more global scale, so how desperately getting prepared for demobilization and affected by this new load coming up. And the other thing is something that we're doing to organize this social dialogue, because it seems to me that all the events cover the topic of communication with veterans, of coming to terms with them, having some common language with them. But the only thing is that we need to find common ground, to find common topics. We need to create safe spaces, safe for us and safe for veterans, and that will already be a good bridge ensuring this integration. And when we ask ourselves the question, whom is this recovery for? I always think that it is for me, because I have the need to express my gratitude, to express my respect. I speak a lot, but I'm not quite able to show my feelings and to speak about my feelings. That's why through the implementation of recovery projects, I actually express my emotions, my feelings. It's a much better way for me than just say thank you, because thank you in such projects, through such projects, sounds a little bit more substantial. I would probably give an example. One of the organizations that they were not quite sure that their assumption was true to life. So they where we taught them how to conduct a study. They conducted this study, or rather a survey, to see whether there was a need for such a space, and they engaged different categories of society and understood that there is a demand for that, and that gave them green light for the establishment of that space. So they submitted the application for the project, they won a grant, and now they have already successfully implemented the support space called Heart. And this space is going to be the key one that will be helping other spaces in the Ivano-Frankivsk region to support veterans. This is a success story showing the consistency in the work, but it also shows us that it's important at the beginning, before you start implementing any project, to assess the needs, to see whether there is a demand for that. And this is a very good story showing how well it worked in this case. Another example is that sometimes we may be thinking that we are creating something for a certain group of people, like they did it in Nizhyn. They were also creating a veteran space, the first in Chernihiv region, but our survey and study conducted by our analysts within the first wave actually showed that this space started hosting different residents of the community who even did not have servicemen in their families. So it acted as a magnet of attraction, and that happened because something was happening there, some events were held there, and well, mainly the family members of servicemen kept coming there, but some other community residents also came there, and that resulted in a good networking in the community. We also saw in this project that if there is this element of engagement, if there is an element of workshop, let's say before you start something, you just hold a workshop, you call everyone from the community saying that here is an announcement, dear members of the community, we intend to create this sort of space, but please come to a workshop and let's share our ideas. So people really came there and shared their ideas. And at that workshop, there were a lot of things that came to people as a revelation, and that contributed to the sustainability of the space and the sustainability of the community, because people already knew, as a result of that workshop, that this is the space for them. And you don't need to invent some existing activities for unclear people. Well, this space was the space for co-creation of all the residents. Speaking about awareness raising, about education, about informing people, it seems to me it's important to mention the approach to those components, because if we just give some information and tell people how they are supposed to plant a garden, it's one thing. This is just information, but if that is done in an interactive forum, if it's not a lecture, but let's say, I can tell it by my experience from this educational project, that we used to present a lot of theory, present a lot of our success stories. We were trying to discuss some things and try on different roles, like the role of the farmer, the role of an animal, but the most effective form of communication was to make teenagers acquainted with a person who represents something that has already been created and is already existing. Suppose I made the participants acquainted with my colleague who is leading a project with a sustainable farm, which is also an art residency for artists. That was a very inspiring experience for the participants, and through this live communication and interaction, and not just provision of theoretical information, they started looking for similar projects here in Ukraine, because they're willing to join in and they want very much to create something new. Thanks a lot. And the last question, again, partially touched upon, but before we give the floor to the audience, so I would still go back to the following question, the question of attitude towards the changes in communities. Because we remember this, one of the slogans which showed that, and as for now, they are not a priority. And green areas is also something that is perceived as something not a mandatory, just a decoration. And I think that the attitude to sports and to cultural institutions is also the same. People tend to consider that this is just a hobby and this is not a mandatory thing to happen. Have you ever traced any trends in terms of the changes taking place in the community? Maybe there is some reconsideration in the communities, or something is being highlighted, is in the focus of attention. Well, again, it is highlighted if we highlight it. If there is someone to highlight it. Otherwise, you need to become this person. If this is within the area of your line of activity, you have to do this. Then it will be highlighted, and then those changes will become visible. Well, let me probably give you another example from our work, but it's not about creation of new infrastructure, but that's more like about the use of the available infrastructure, but in non-conventional way. In Rivne region, we have a very good rehabilitation center in Kleven, and they work with spinal cord injuries. These are mostly the patients who move in wheelchairs. And we got acquainted with them under quite unconventional circumstances, because one of our volunteers said that he is actually taking the veterans for who are undertaking rehabilitation in that center to adaptive badminton. Well, that's the first time I heard about adaptive badminton, and I wanted to learn how it works. And so happened that with the support of local authorities that provided social transport that could actually take people in wheelchairs to other places, they launched the training. Kleven is located not in Rivne, it's in the suburbs, and there is a need for some transportation. So they built this logistics for veterans to take adaptive badminton classes twice a week. And then they also started play street football. And now I know that a number of other types of sports were added up. And they actually have this training and exercising in they have built this logistics themselves, because say the swimming pool, but veterans do not go to the swimming pool, and they ask that story, and we can see that the patients undergoing rehabilitation are really looking forward to having those trips to Kleven. And we have youth, the representatives of this youth and children's sports school, together with children with disabilities, having the trainings there, so they may stay together. Due to the demand for our project, and due to the realization of the fact how important are, it's easier for us to work. Maybe we have not yet reached the highest level of understanding of this fact, but still people realize how important it is. And using the example of one of the communities, I can say that the experience of creating community spaces is highly precious, because it's not only about space and territory, it's about you're working within a certain space and creating context. And we have a Velikopostarivska community as an example. In the first wave, they created a common space in a village near the front line. And well, unfortunately, the participants had to be of this club, of this common space, had to be evacuated to Ohtyrka. The space was not completed, but several months later, Victoria and Denis, who were in charge of that project in Velikopostarivka, said that they have finally created this space in Ohtyrka, in the place to which they moved, which means that they took this experience and the skills of community creation to their new place of accommodation, and they developed this new space through the context that they created, through the skills that they polished. And they just reproduced the same experience in a different community. Maybe that was their way to ensure their self-recovery after what they experienced one more time, because they had to become IDPs because of Russia. Let me also add a couple of words to this from my point of view, because I came back to Ukraine 5 months ago. For 6.5 years I stayed abroad, so it's rather difficult for me to say what changes are now taking place here in Ukraine, what is noticeable and visible, what is not. But from my point of view, I can tell you what projects are available and what projects ensure this connection between Ukrainians and from Ukraine and Ukrainians from abroad. Those Ukrainians from abroad, or the people who are not Ukrainians but they are interested in the development of Ukraine. Let's say Ukrainian Environmental Humanities Network is really working a lot with social and environmental topics. They produce a lot of studies, and it seems to me that this is also important. The work is also important because in that way they are creating some spaces at art platforms, as research platforms, at project platforms. And this is the space where this dialogue could go on, not just in Ukraine but also abroad. They encourage people to get back to Ukraine and to do a lot of interesting things here. We have a lot of artists who work with the topic of social and environmental recovery, but they stay abroad so far, but they are gradually getting back. So this is a good prospect. It's a live prospect. I just wanted to mention this. Well, thank you. And we still have a couple of minutes left for a Q&A session, so I would ask my colleagues to help me with the mic, and I can see that there are already quite a lot of questions. Welcome, I'm Petro. I'm from Ternopil, and we have a cyber sports program for veterans in our city. So veterans play Counter-Strike together using the money from the city budget. So what do you think? Is it important for the recovery of veterans to ensure that they deal with mental sports, not only physical sports? Thank you for the question. It's a great initiative because, in fact, when we speak about sports, about cyber sports in particular, well, cyber sports is included to sports, and we have a lot of veterans who have even attended international competitions. They shaped up their teams and went to international competitions. If we speak about recovery, it's important to choose something that you really like. If a person likes cyber sports, that's good. If cyber sports contributes to physical and mental recovery, social recovery for a person, that's good. You just need to choose what you like, because someone may like volleyball in wheelchair or rugby, but somebody likes Counter-Strike or Warcraft. So that's a great initiative, and that's great that this is done locally through local initiatives. Thank you. Welcome, I am Evgenia. I represent the International Acted NGO. I'm a partnership and local planning manager, and my question is as follows. We have some similar in niche space creation is concerned, and you mentioned that you had quite a lot of applicants, about 300 of them. So how did you manage to engage that many applicants? How many communities did you have to inform? How did you arrange the awareness-raising campaign? How did you spread the information about this competition that you organized? And what were the eligibility criteria? Because, you know, it's so much difficult to select 10 out of 300. I know how difficult it is. How did you prioritize them? And what was the most important criteria for your scoring? Thank you. Well, thank you for the question. Let me try to recall it. When you started speaking about eligibility criteria, I realized that I don't actually remember what these criteria were. Of course, it was important that they have a team of people who will be able to implement the project, so prior experience was also important. It was important to see that it was not done from scratch, but they had previous experience of implementing this sort of project. Mariana, maybe you could recall this information, because I don't exactly remember it. As far as dissemination of information is concerned, we actually spread the information. We had a mailing list of our partners to whom we sent this information. Well, during the second wave, we got even more applications, 366. So maybe some information was also disseminated by someone who had heard about that project. But I would say that we took some extra effort to organize our visits with the purposes of dissemination of information. So that was organic demand, natural demand, but it was really high both times. We didn't have any priority communities, like every community from Ukraine could actually apply. Thank you, and I can see that there are two questions here. Two ladies.
I've got perhaps a question on a different plane, or just trying to. My name is Julie Lawson. I'm an adjunct professor at RMIT University, and also involved with the EU Starter Program, which is about strategic reform. And I have a question. In Ukraine today, what we see, and also discussed in the panel today, resembles quite a lot of what we call tactical urbanism. Small pilot projects, sometimes temporary and very creative experiments. These can be really valuable to test ideas, but they're localized, or the whim of the donor or the whim of the implementing agency to come up with its own set of criteria. A lot of people behind and a lot of communities behind, and there's a risk that a tactical approach can also be one that's fragmented and quite unfair. And if we look into some historical examples of very different approaches in Finland, for example, after the war, when they chose and mobilized architects and urban planners to work into teams to serve communities, it guaranteed that every municipality, just the most visible, or the most noisy, or the one able to make a donor request, were able to have professional and community-based interaction and support. And the consequence of that for the urban planning system in Finland has been profound. It's very much one based on distributional fairness, ensured that not just the strongest, but for all, was recovered. So in some degrees, I have a question for you. Do you to experiment and to do tactical short-term projects relying largely on donors and making up our own criteria to implement them? Or do we build a sort of more collaborative approach? You know, there is a genuine community service obligation on architects and planners to be really serving their communities, perhaps even to be doing that in a more organised fashion, rather than perhaps waiting for a consultancy or or waiting to be picked. So my question to you is, what is the justice of the approach of tactical urbanism? Can we address that and overcome so that both you learn from the experiences, but you also are institutional for those who need it and don't often have the capacities or skills to write the applications or the donor requests?
So if we speak about justice, so if we speak about tactical urban studies, it's one thing, but could we work in more strategic direction as urban scholars? Could we influence our communities? Could we avoid this distortion? Could we make our approach more sustainable and more fair for those communities who cannot actually attract a donor in more strategic projects?
I may try to answer this question because indeed at SADUS it bothers us a lot as well. We see when we participate in donor programs or choose some communities, we see this demand. Even when we speak of community rebuilding programs, 300 communities need centers for. There are more than thousands of communities, but which of them are capable and have gone through donor processes or received international aid? How many of them have teams who can work with projects? That's a big question. I think this is the question that can be solved by urban specialists, but as well as by donors. Because from our experience last year, a community addressed us. We could never think of that this community may need support, but it turned out that this community had an initiative or office that had been working with donor programs and was able to support this initiative in Hromada. But people would leave this community and they lost this capacity, and that's a major challenge. And there was a statement that we need to support those organizations that work within communities, but we have to understand that we have to go to other communities which do not have such initiatives. That's our responsibility. Thank you. Apologies, I understand we have a limited time. In the first place, I would like to start with thanking all of our participants during this session and the moderator. This is a very important and interesting topic, and I have been able to learn something important from your perspectives. Program, I would like to compliment you on this. First, I like your approach that you have in your program. I'm not talking about physical recovery of third spaces, but as well as mentors that aid to navigate the process in each community, but as well as the fact that these open lectures that are published on YouTube are very important because they work on sustainable projects. And thanks for the lectures, they are in open access, and I also watched them and they are very good ones. I recommend that you see them. I have a question. As you were developing the program before these lectures, did you conduct a survey? Which topics were important? How did you decide that you, for example, you had money for 10 sessions? How did you decide, let's think, Marina, what to do, which topics are... Did you conduct a survey? How did you decide what people may need to know? Thank you. The curator of the training program is smiling. Well, in fact, partially some things were developed on our own because we knew we needed to highlight them. During the first wave, we knew we would need to talk about communication, for example, because without this, working on community shaping spaces would be hard. We also asked questions in more informal settings. There was a demand as to how these community shaping centers can become sustainable. We arranged a workshop. The rest of the workshops had to do more with our own focus. We wanted to tell within this program how to work with different categories of potential visitors of the spaces, and we had this organic picture of the program, and each workshop was dedicated to elderly people, children, youth, and so on. So yes, it was less participatory or inclusive approach to informing the program. We tried to use our own perspective. We understood this participatory approach would be useful, but we also reacted to educational requests. On my part, I would like to add that a couple of weeks ago we had a final event wrapping up our second wave. We gathered all the participants so they could work together, and they tried to convey their requests they found topical, and based on these things we could shape another educational program. And this is my dream, to reinforce this soft component of our program, to give more education, to give more mentorship as to the operational management of these community shaping centers. And as soon as we find funding, we will restore this project and we'll be stressing on the soft part because there is a huge demand for it. To be honest, that's my dream as well. And please allow us to maintain contact. I know I did not introduce myself. I work in German Memory Institute, who is also a part of among the donors and launched a similar program, to be honest. It could be nice, if you do not mind, of course, so we can keep in touch and find ways. This optimistic note, we can wrap up with this panel. All of you, I would like to summarize. I genuinely want to appreciate all you have said, all the speakers, and the things we mentioned today. Recovery has to do with us in the first place. We have to recover to be able to work with new strength. We have to find this focus, this attention internally, because that's our initiative, that's our responsibility. Thank you. And in case you find it interesting to learn about recovery through adaptive sports, we have a couple of copies of our research, so we can come closer and take some. Thanks for moderating. Thanks to the speakers for this discussion. A couple of announcements regarding the program. So, half a minute of your attention, please. Now we have a lunch break which will last till 14:30. Pay attention, please, that you take care of the lunch on your own. Unless you are from Lutsk, we have a program, we have a dedicated page in your programs where you can find a couple of restaurants within reach you can attend. And we're coming back at 14:30 to continue with the next discussion about building institutions. So there are 45 minutes until further discussion. Thank you.
У нас частинка природи в цьому бездушному урбаністичному світі. Так, дуже дякую, що підписалась на цю авантюру. Ні, насправді мені було дуже цікаво. Якщо чесно, якби я
Ще раз вітаю. Чи можна стишити музику? Дякую.
Can you turn the volume down, please?
Майже вчасно починаємо.
We are starting almost just in time. I understand some people are soon coming, but we will not play time. Without further ado, we appreciate your punctuality. So we will be starting our next session about human scale and building institutions. Before we introduce our moderator, I will kindly ask you, because of the specificity of acoustics, keep silence, and if need be, you can talk in the coffee break zone or on the balconies. Well, when you speak on the balconies on top, so if there is a chance not to interfere, it also impacts translation, so please keep silence, do not talk loud so we can hear each other and enjoy the discussion. I would like to introduce the moderator of the next panel discussion about building institutions, Irina Solovey, who is a community recovery strategist, co-founder of the Big Idea platform for social innovation. You can switch on the mic. Without further ado, let's get started with our discussion. Thanks for this fluent introduction after lunch break. I'm Irina Solovey, co-founder of Big Idea platform. You may have heard about this initiative. I believe I may have the hardest story and one of the most pleasant one, because we have people with whom I find great joy talking on different important topics. And I believe we can exchange ideas and raise topics. We'd already started discussing these topics during the lunch break, so we can switch on intellectually after lunch. And what can invigorate you is the topic which we are going to cover now. Building institutions and human scale. Institutions right now are one of the biggest social contexts right now, because on the one hand they have to work with all the challenges we are facing now, and namely the war recovery and global restructuring of the economy. At the same time, institutions are those places where people come pretty much like to church to discover new senses. This is the space to build relationships, as well as economic security. It's also about influence. Institutions have to cope with all of this, and that is what we are talking about most. Institutions who think of themselves as live systems. At the same time, in Ukraine, we can observe this interesting phenomenon since 2008 and 2009, or in relation to the Revolution of Dignity in 2013. And jokingly, we have these representatives from third wave institutions. What are these kinds of institutions? We will have a chance and we will ask a lot of questions after an hour of discussion. But let's start with the introduction of our participants. We have Christina Boyko, the director of Zmin Foundation, who's working with a plethora of organizations, topics and challenges. And Christina will elaborate a bit more. We also have Serhiy Lukashko, with whom we work on crowdfunding and other interesting aspects in his work. He's in charge of social corporate responsibility at CSR, well, maybe CSR at Fractal. This is the dream of most organizations when we speak of the status of institutions. One of the ideas is that what do we need to ensure sustainability of institutions? Maybe cooperation with businesses. So Serhii shares some of these ideas. We also have Ella Yatsura. She is the head of the Action Algorithm platform and the founder or co-founder of this forum. And what she is doing is she gives life to Lutsk from many different sides. And hopefully we will be able to hear a bit more as to where to look, where to go, to dive into this vibe. I will formulate the question to give direction to this discussion, and at the same time we will have a chance to learn more about your occupation. So can you tell me please what organizational spirit inspired you to do what you do? What were you able to do best in your opinion, and thanks to what were you able to make it happen? What achievements do you have? Prerequisites made it possible. Christina, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ira. Greetings to all the participants. It's nice to be here in Lutsk. I love the city more and more with every single year. Both local and at the same time we pay attention to what is happening at the international level, what problems are raised, and we also pay attention to this and use in our work. We were founded 4 years ago, and what was the idea behind it? Where did we get this impetus? At that time we had a luxury of thinking about our role, our place. It was not something that happened impulsively all of a sudden. Sometimes it is very good. It's also a good model when something is done impromptu. But it was not an impulsive solution for us. We had a chance to try things out for more than a year. What was happening at that time in the context of society, what was happening in the sector of donation, volunteering, and we were trying to find the most appropriate garments, so to speak. Legally speaking, we are a charitable foundation, but we are rather more about strategic philanthropy, which is not classified as a legal entity in the current legislation. Nevertheless, we started with the idea that we wouldn't stop at any specific domain or area. We wanted to unite a team in a very specific expertise, which is a good way, but at that time we had output data about the long-term vision, passionate thinking from founders, us who were able to build all of this. We had this understanding that it was not necessary to cut the strap. We knew we would need to look down the line in the future, thinking of results we may not be able to see. We wanted to think empathically, rationally, and our human capital is also very important because there are certain rules, input data, which resulted in the model within which we operate. So it's not to take time. We have been growing dynamically, and this is obvious because we started before the full-scale invasion, and now these the dynamic, intense changes and complexity each organization is facing are very logical. It's hard to put it in theoretical frameworks, but I will start speaking of our agency. We work with people, with teams. We try to reinforce them with finances and with expertise. Have a clicker, I can switch slides. As of now, we understand that the domain of direct investment does not have a large scope. It is good and we need to have such kinds of organizations, but we decided to build capable teams around us. Capacity is a very broad term. It's not about time frame, chronology or experience of operation or the number of people in the team. It's about the ability to think long-term within large scales, admitting our vulnerability and being willing to build something together. We realized we would face a difficult situation. We would need to turn around. We need to change the layers of culture, and no organization can do this single-handedly. So we are trying to unite around us this ecosystem of partners. We have more than 150 partners. We financially support projects and solutions which are valid in terms of the shared strategy, and we work with senses where to go and how to do it. And that's how we do by using different platforms. I will not be reading this out loud because we have a limited time, but I believe each organization now has huge responsibility to validate their roles and sensibility, and each organization has to ask questions whether our work makes sense, whether we do what is actually needed, whether our place is valid in this world. That is how we are trying to grow out this thing, while building relationships or visiting. This is when parties do not only instrumentally perceive each other, but see values. This is the transition from vertical donation and charity to a different kind of interaction. And when we think of whether we are still relevant, why do we have to unite so many capable teams? What does it give? There is a good theory of systematic thinking, creating emergent flow, like when different elements separately are good, but when they interact and intertwine, they create intact, which has an immense strong property. This can build, well, when we can compare elements that are disjointed and when they are united, and the latter option is better. We can think not only through associations, through short term, we can work of connection by creating goals and growing something which could be called for overcoming complex challenges. And we are trying to use the concept of rhizome. It is very symbolic when, for example, relying on one route is not expedient because it is vulnerable. We decided that the concept of many routes, when we have a lot of connections, an impulse can move from any point. This can lead to a story with true capacity. There is also a picture which doesn't show for some reason, sadly. It shows the concept of dynamic rhizome. What is good to think of, some food for thought, when we think of philanthropy, charity and donors, there is a good quote that it's not about how much but how. It's very important to understand the scope of what how is to be defined, how to invest in solutions for tomorrow in projects. Thank you, Christina, for such a good introduction, meaningful one, and personal thanks that your private foundation and your tool of funding projects, on the one hand, but at the same time you assume the role of carrying complex things that impact the operation of foundations and their relations in this zone. So in general, we need to normalize these things and standardize them to face the challenges and deal with them, because they always occur. Sergei, I will appreciate if you take this story and elaborate. What organizational spirit gathered you together, and how does it lead you? What have you been able to achieve? What are you proud of, and how do you manage that? Thanks a lot. Thank you, Irina. It will be a very interesting discussion, and I want to express my gratitude for having such a chance to be here in Lutsk. It's for the first time that I'm here. And thanks for developing the topic of public spaces, urbanism, and the development of cities in general, because my city, well, we believe that we have to build this media rear background for militaries which remain in the country. We need to fight for this rear that we are not ashamed of, and the rear you are willing to return to without any conflicts, without any commotion. And such events, such experience can accelerate positive processes, so we are not ashamed of things afterwards. So, speaking of three pillars that end up with one pillar, the main value of the group of IT companies of Fractal. This is over the last 6 years, I have developed social projects which are a part of corporate responsibility in the company, and we have a couple of things as follows. This year, this is the story we never talk about. Most likely you will not find it on Google. We have a pilot story which has lasted more than a year. 31 group. These are all our social projects and institutions and corporate responsibility gathered in one program, where we want to build priorities, the focus, to understand where we have to move forward. There is one cool value. This is to come from the third world to the first world without changing our geographical location. I will not stop much on this. We have key projects on the screen, as you can see. Moje Misto, the crowdfunding platform, is one of the most famous ones. This is the media initiative. We invest in an independent media in Odessa, which tells about entrepreneurs, militaries, and people in Odessa who defend the country, who reconsider the idea of the city to develop it afterwards in the future. Because there are so many psyop news, fakes, and among our priorities we have the call to work with the city. And Fractal has been operational beyond Odessa for a long time and somewhere abroad. But speaking of these people, this is the origin where we have to work systematically. The next project, Adoptia. This is for pets. We had a big office in Odessa with a lot of co-workers, and we had two problems. The first problem was that there were so many social projects. There are volunteers and social projects, there are city residents, there are businesses who are doing their things, and the city, this project was created to combine the digital platform and unite different players to develop Odessa and turn it into a city where we would like to live. And this project follows the same principle. We researched problems, the most urgent ones. There were so many stray animals, much like in shelters, animal shelters, and people would do bad things to animals. There was uncontrolled breeding. We wanted to create a product which would cut down the number of stray animals, so any person can take, for example, the pet from the shelter. So we help a lot when it comes to servicemen. The main priority is the support of militaries. We work with the charter, Hartia. Speaking of other things, there's another program in 2023. It's still operational, but we don't talk much about this. This is financial aid program for charity foundations and NGOs, and where we can invest with no return. The sum accounts for $10,000. They can cover their basic needs. Zemlячka initiative, Kharkiv organization, Rescue Now, and charity Renki. There were so many initiatives, among other things, and apart from being the part of the corporate and social risk engage, other companies and other entrepreneurs who have shared values and principles and the desire to develop cities in compliance with our projects. I will tell a bit more about my city, and I will speak a bit faster so my colleague can cover a bit more as well. Our city has one platform where any NGO can submit their project. For example, you may need to create a rehab hall for veterans. You need equipment. You can submit this project to Moje Misto and collect money to implement this project. Of course, you would need to find premises and other things, but some stories with resource support can involve us as well. As part of this project Moje Misto, over the last 3 years there are so many programs. For example, accelerational educational programs where we work jointly with partners and institutions and regions. Now we have a bigger goal which transitions from craft projects to crafting and developing institutions in regions. The institutions which will become the leaders of changes in these regions, and so they can develop later on their cities.
And the first 5 years of our work in Odessa, we really worked a lot on supporting new initiatives, the ones that were already available in Ukraine, in Odessa in particular, and we know how to apply the right approach, not to do any harm. And that is how all those programs actually popped up. That's the way they were developed. And this year we're going to pilot the crowdfunding for communities, and together with the IOM we will try to engage people from abroad in the support projects in Ukrainian communities. I don't know how successful we are in this, but now we are doing our best to make people who are staying abroad and who can afford it to donate to the reconstruction of Ukraine would do this. Because, of course, our priority is war and donations for the armed forces of Ukraine to make them equipped with everything they need. But on the other hand, we have some people that could be our voice, the voice of our communities abroad. And maybe they are a little bit lost. So we would like to build a digital bridge that could enable them to help support those processes in the country. And let me briefly outline who we are now. Now we are a CSO which provides opportunities for implementing socially useful initiatives via crowdfunding and training. And our mission is to unite people, resources, and expertise in order to implement socially useful initiatives via crowdfunding. We are trying to do this applying a systemic approach, supporting projects that will be working on this system-based approach. Really work for a long time. But at the moment we are thinking not just about like the rehabilitation, technology and equipment, but we are also thinking about supporting the institutions that will be applying a systemic approach and be working sustainably, not only in large cities like Kyiv, Kharkiv, but in small communities like Sonybohivka community in Mykolaiv region. So I will not dwell a lot on our results. My city now is about assistance provision, uniting, scaling, meeting and networking. Recent 3 years, our priority has been to be building this bridge of understanding, and our superpower, our strength, to encourage donors to support the people who are implementing projects via My City. We encourage in the process of recovery of Ukrainian territories, communities, and we also work with local self-government, with authors, with CSOs, because altogether we need to get united around good things, good initiatives, and let's try to make our cities better. We should not focus and be united around some quarrels and bad arguments. If we speak about some success stories, so you can see the pictures, we supported some projects of retreat and rehabilitation of servicemen. We dealt with provision of schools with computers, with generators. We also dealt with the construction of bomb shelters in Kherson region. Well, I've not enumerated a lot because there is a long list. We also had some inclusion workshops that has been in existence for 6 years in Odessa. It all started just with one sewing machine, and now that is already an institution which is a social enterprise, giving jobs to people, giving chances for people to launch their career and to also settle the problem of employment of children with autism. Here is a spoiler for you to see what my city is going to look like in the nearest future. We are trying to make our platform both in Ukrainian and English. It should be user-friendly, in particular friendly for civil society organizations, for the people who are willing to quickly donate and to understand how that donation will ever affect this or that project. That is the way it's going to look like. So, well, it seems to be that is it. And, well, I think that I've mentioned the key things. Thank you, and I've jotted it down for myself, actually, that you cooperate with the IOM as far as community development is concerned. Well, in fact, we have two partners. The IOM, the International Organization for Migration, and we have an annual program within, well, we have a one-year program within which we met with the diaspora representatives from the US, Canada, Germany, and we're trying to build relationship between them and us for people from there to donate for our projects. And also my community with Kernel, that is the second success story. In October, we're going to host actually 100 communities and amalgamated territorial communities, and together with them we will be doing crowdfunding, engaging diaspora, and Kernel is going to provide co-funding to those communities for their development. In the spring, we had mini grants, and now we are reconsidering our approach, and we are trying to have the co-funding mechanism, like doubling the amounts of money collected. So we're trying to give more motivation to the institutions for them to really work, not on a one-time basis, but to keep going, keep working with that document to get a positive impact in the long run. Yes, of course, it's always a challenge for all of us to make it work in the long run. So please, I'll give the mic to the next speaker. Please share your ideas. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, I asked the question about the team spirit. I would say that actually the team spirit is characterized by the fact that we're always keeping abreast of things. But in fact, this presupposes that we need to also keep abreast of the news, of the data, of the statistical data, of doing analytical work, and we are keeping the pace that we had back at the beginning of the creation of the organization. The action algorithm was established in Lutsk on the 23rd of February 2022 in Lutsk. This was probably not the best day for that, but this also enabled us to be really in the spirit of the times and to keep working in the challenging environment we all have to work in. Let me share some information regarding our work, but when we started, when the action algorithm was founded by a local business community, and it all started with small social polls and also long coffee meetings, long meetings at coffee, when we were discussing the context in which Lutsk was in. So we were trying to apply a proactive approach, but for that we needed to know who exists in Lutsk, who the partners of Lutsk are, and generally what the situation is like. So we had some social surveys. When we started moving from surveys to studies, analytical studies, then this analytical study turned into the concept of the central part of the city, and we have Urban Vision Lutsk, which is the comprehensive urban studies program, and this Urban Vision Lutsk team communicated with the CEDAS team and shared all the information about what we're doing in Lutsk, and thanks to that we probably have this great forum here in Lutsk now. And in parallel we started looking for how and who is working in Lutsk. Definitely we are now focusing on the city. We are focusing on people, communities and organizations that in different sectors tend to work here, work well, but they may be at different developmental phases. Suppose there are organizations that have a broad experience of many years and they have the understanding of the vision of where they are moving. Some are just startups and beginners and they need a helping hand to know how their idea could be implemented and how they could, so to say, get into the first grade. So this element of highlighting, or rather searching, highlighting and then uniting is the process. This is like putting together the nodes of changes. You need to teach people to build relationships not only within their bubbles but between those bubbles, and this is an important component of the work of the Action Algorithm organization. We work with such directions as education, science, culture, art, economy, probably media should be mentioned, and urban studies. How do we do it? Right from the beginning of our activity, we saw what the challenges are and what all those proactive communities are faced with. They are faced with the problem of not having high-quality spaces and high-quality events that ensure their visibility. That's why these were exactly the tools we started working with. I will get back to that, but as for now, we already have a number of large projects that the results of which, the outcome of which are tangible and you can actually touch them. If you're in Lutsk, go to those places and areas to see how they work. Some of them are known to you, some of them are the initiatives which are a part of the national initiatives like the Dear Business or Ukraine Housing by Babek Bureau. But there are also some initiatives that we have started using. This is, by the way, only a part of them. So there are also some initiatives which unite the representatives of different sectors and domains. But if you want me to provide the information on what a project belongs to what sector, I cannot actually tell it, because every direction the action algorithm works with presupposes a comprehensive approach, by which I mean that the urban studies initiative should contain an educational component. A cultural initiative is closely related to, let's say, an economic component or any other component, because only at the crossroads, it is only at the crossroads that most powerful ideas are generated, and that is the idea the action algorithm keeps talking about and keeps showing the examples of which. We, as a business established organization, are the success story proving that in one and the same organization that could coexist and communicate with each other, representatives of the business sector and the civil society. At a certain point in time, you just have to come to an agreement regarding the approaches you're going to use in your activity. And we managed to reach a consensus, and when I'm now asked about the number of people in the team and about the structure of the algorithm, I would say that we have the people working on a daily basis within the action algorithm, but we also have a large large ecosystem. And remember, I thought that algorithm is the organization that highlights the strong points, the strengths. Well, we have Frontara, well, we have the Henrik Böll Stiftung, we have the Mr. Reboot, and many, many other organizations, and all of them are so closely cooperating with each other, so indirectly incorporating within this ecosystem at the level of our city, that it's possible for us to move on to the national level. And sometimes we are even asked what our next urban studies project is, or what performance are we staging. And we just shake our head, because sometimes our activity is confused with the activity of our partners. But this means that our interaction is so natural and so organic that we are sometimes, our activities and our actions sometimes confused with the actions of our partners, which is synergy. There are a lot of initiatives that your communities, your organizations could be interested of us within the directions where we are moving. So you could actually gather information about our network, and you could help us, we could help you, because that is where every interaction starts. It starts with the first dialogue, when both parties share with each other the wishes that they have, the pains that they have. And what is another important point here is that they need to be able to clearly discuss their objectives and their points of contact in order to understand whether it's possible to move on and on in the long run together. Emphasizing the objectives of different communities, you can actually see a lot of interesting ideas, and you are very much willing to support a number of initiatives. You see, here is a great festival, you need to support it. Here is a great initiative of supporting veterans, you need to support it. But what comes after this initiative is implemented. Since well, you need to think into account whether, while preparing for this or that event or project, you have really discussed whether there is a demand for that, what further outcomes of it are going to be. So that leads us to our further work in the long run after our first point of contact today. So I'm talking exactly about the long run prospects. I'm not talking about half a year of our work. I'm talking now about the situation when we have to do something after the donor money is over, or when the direction of our work changes. So do we have a place to go to? Are we building or laying down this proper foundation for our further development through this work? I think that this idea could well be echoed in your work, and tomorrow you will go to the Center of Development of Cultural Industries, Abo, which means or. And you could go there and get more information about the action algorithm projects, and probably you see some projects that match your ideas. Then please do approach us. We will have some communication and interaction with you. And you know, the action algorithm has the vision and mission as every organization has. And our mission is Lutsk is the city where inspired people are bringing their ideas into life, inspiring people actually. So. You know, I don't really know where to go, because I would now to ask you many questions. Suppose, how do we move? Do we apply a strategy, or do we rely on this synergy and energy that appears on the go? I would also like to ask you many questions regarding the correlation between your organizations with their visions, missions, and other organizations that could be your partners. So you well-experienced people, you probably have some ideas regarding how rapport could be built, how cooperation between business, local authorities could be built, in particular within some local context and some global context. You probably know what skills are required to really do this, to really make it happen. And at the same time, I would like to speak about you about the context that we already have here. that is reconstruction and recovery in particular, because the urban studies context is more about recovery and development. But I would also like to speak on some other topics, in particular, what could be the ambition of our organization as for now? What could be the motivation? And our study has shown that recovery and reconstruction should be taking place step by step. And the first step, the first range of steps is to deal with this notion of death of society. I mean, we need to work with the culture of memory and memorialization. Then we also have to work with the media. Media is among the partners of your project, because it's wartime, we have propaganda, but we can be developing and clear vision of the situation if we know what the reality looks like. Entrepreneurial thinking, way of thinking, but that is not a part of our understanding that development of entrepreneurship and business models is on the one hand about sustainability, but we are not talking about that. Though theory and practice show that recovery and reconstruction is ensured by businessmen, because they are developing ambitions and the ambitions of your organizations. And in the context of recovery, well, could you tell us the following? Maybe these are just intentions, small dreams, maybe these are specific steps. Well, you can take a selective thing to share with us in that respect, so please do it. Thank you.
What is important to understand at the first to convince this algorithm of actions has a lot of ambitions and many people, and it frightens sometimes. But in our operation, if we clearly define, we work with a certain number of spaces like coffee, Misto Cafe, Coffee City, to more creative hubs which unites different communities I mentioned. And these different hubs are aimed at different directions. We have those that will work with powerful NGOs, cultural institutions, and institutions which allow to attract investment to the region, like Abo or we are trying to think how to engage with creative initiatives, how to unite street and business that works with fashion and other directions. This is the big project. We also work on the concept of scientific park, which will be working from low to top, from bottom to top, from small children who are willing to work with robotics up to engineers who need fundamental knowledge in physics, chemistry and mathematics. And this is needed because, as you noted aptly, entrepreneurship today has to prepare foundation for all domains that are the topic of the day, which has to support economy. Algorithm of action is trying to think why the youth is leaving cities. We have year 2025 and we ask this question once again. We understand the answer, but does the youth know where and how to fulfill potential in Ukraine, and what are the prospects for the future? So as we work with these infrastructural ambitious projects, when we understand that to make them come to fruition we require massive costs, investment and resources, but at the same time, step by step, we create this or that opportunity to find their role, whether be it NGO or any other format, to fulfill potential as an artist, because we have a lot of artistic initiatives. For example, Charity Foundation, which will be working with cultural heritage, and we are trying to highlight the names that had been creating our cultural foundation. They may be poorly known or destroyed by the Soviet authorities, and this multi-vector approach enables to give the toolbox for people who want to work here. It enables to make the idea come to fruition. For some, it may be ambitious. For some, it may be scary because you have to work a lot. There is a lot of analytics, a lot of data to be discovered. We need to find the metrics which will help us to measure how to move onward. Otherwise, we will end up in a situation where we do not know where to move because we have an external enemy, we have a lot of points to discuss, but at the same time, we need to find the methodology which will give us the common ground to cooperate. So business and state need to find the common filter, the common language to assess the contribution of each side. So these things may happen at the level of youth, which has to be mobile, but what do we do with cities? When Ella was talking, it came to my mind that an architect from Colombia mentioned the problem of have people leave small towns and villages as well as city centers, regional centers, and different institutions, utility institutions have the shortage of high quality employees. Irina mentioned about recovery as well. That's about expertise, talents, and people who have a knack for discovering the talents and making them work on practice. The development of institutions, for example, cross-sectoral partnerships, when we can visit each other, when we can have supporting spaces and whatnot. Our first and primary task is to create this first step. Spaces in regions. It's not only about physical spaces. Of course, I would like a physical space, but we only have a virtual platform. The space people will not want to leave, in particular the youth and talent. Originally, I am from a small town, village from Zakarpattia, and I've been living recently in Odessa. And different activists and journalists would leave Odessa and move to Kyiv because Kyiv has a lot of opportunities. There is 1+1 media platform that's cool, it's more prestigious, but you can earn a lot of money. But was this space in Odessa or in any other city where any person would be able to uncover their talents? So the first step is to ensure networking and make sure that, like our friends, the talents remain in the country. The second step is to build the tactical plan rather than the strategy, because you need some time to reach this strategy. It will come to you, you have to stick to it, but in case of full-scale invasion and this ongoing warfare, more often than not, in short-term perspectives, things may change. The closer the region or city is to the front line, the more often you have to reconsider this strategy, taking into account the challenges. For example, we have the main accountant in our city who has been working for 2 months, and during the interview we couldn't imagine that the war would come to her home. So in the long term you have to be ready to everything, but it was not a priority for you earlier. So we have to understand these stories as well, to check the clock and always learn and exchange experience. We have cool practices in different cities, and the practice as to how Lutsk has been changing from within. This bring to Odessa and unpack to make it work too. Of course, it will be happening like this to a certain extent, but analytics and research is our step number 2. When you have analytics, when you have understanding of the context, the data that someone has already done this, it may not work, so we need to do it differently. We need to research and study. This is something that will help us to produce systematic projects where a person can fulfill their talents, set up something new project or organization which will be efficient in a specific niche, like cultural festivals or creative spaces or modern art museums. In villages, especially with a population of 600 people, it is much more difficult because the youth are leaving, and that's a main challenge. There is a desire to assume the responsibility of cities for the regions and villages, to think how we can influence this process. Thanks for the last statement. Concentration of talents ends up in this wide ecosystem. But speaking of ambitions, what ambitions can we possibly have for this ecosystem? Or what strategy? We are moving, we are trying to make this happen. We're following this. What's your practice? How does this work? Do you have any specific plans for yourself? What do you want to achieve, for example, in a specific direction, specific domain, and you want to cultivate this? Do you have any examples of such a systematic approach? I prepared 3 statements for the previous topic. I want to cover these concisely, but they have to do with your question. So you asked whether this strategy or emergence. Emergence can be a strategy. This is the way to, one way or another, to unite, to create something else that is holistic, that has a value. The second question about recovery, restoration. For some reason, we avoid these concepts in institutions. I cannot explain why that is the case exactly. People may avoid in villages. This is the general difficult thing. You can we use metaphors, figures of speech. We do not know what terms we have to use. But still there is something that we can recover, and many things cannot be recovered because these things are non-existent. And in which case we may need to use a different software, so to speak, to reconsider previous practices, previous mindsets. That's how I can envisage the concept of recovery. There is practice, there is culture. Unless you can see the result, unless you are satisfied, the identity suffers. But these things, reprogramming, it's slow, it takes a lot of time, and it's painful because you're disoriented. As I understand, you have a strong opinion about this. You need to suffer because of this. What insights do you have? Position. In the first place, any change is painful. Be it a change of models, you have to act differently. It would be very comfortable to act within a nice model of a charitable fund. This is an honorable position to fund cool initiatives in terms of media, in terms of communication and reputation. This is a good role. But for some reason we chose this slightly inconvenient story. I'm not sure what results it will give. This is a kind of approbation. The first point, most likely the things that have investments in the broad sense of the word, like institutions, dozens of institutions, most likely every single participant of this initiative. Some may say you were born with this. And 15 years ago, the Recovery Foundation, through a set of tools, taught us advocacy. And that's also very important, not having ambitions, but being the author of a complex change. This is also about being options. You have very difficult relationships and a bunch of work to do. That means working with hundreds of organizations, which is hellish, diabolical work. Speaking of formal things, you can always regulate through documentation. You can formalize this. Speaking of more inventive relationships. They are very hard. Not always do they take place. They require a lot of resources from both sides, and you're stretched all the time. You have to see where to move. You have to work with senses. You have to use foresight, tools, or any other new means which were not typical before. You have to scrupulously, smoothly. I have an impression, forgiveness of sins. Because at school there are a lot of things around, and you end up being ready that this is going to be. We still have like 5-7 minutes for one question from the audience. You can formulate this question and we will try to answer. Hopefully we have inspired you to think about your work in terms of the long-term effect. The questions can be asked by those people who are just starting out or those who have experience. I wanted to ask you the question. As I was the head of an NGO, there was the golden rule not to have more than 30% of revenue from, as far as I understand, have one key donor. I'm not sure, you can tell this. You can of funding the types of donors. How do you cope with this risk and independence of donors? Thank you. I'm surprised, but for some reason I started thinking about our organizations. We're not working with donors. We are the organization. We don't raise funds. All our capital, well, it's dependent. It depends to a certain extent, but this is our task already. Through governmental tools, like funding, economic tools to ensure the sustainability of the organization. But it's all about our capital, so that's why at the start I shared the idea that we have a completely different set of rules. But I thought you were mentioning the tools that reinforce our ecosystem. So that's why institutions have been diversified. Well, the income has been diversified. We try to remonetize talents. We have cooperated with unexpected players. Not necessarily donors. We'll jump in a bit. Target capital is the new tool. If there is openness in terms of this, can you tell me about one general rule which allows for understanding how you can distribute the money? Or is this a constant process of negotiating? Because this process for Ukraine is not typical, it's new. You partially answered my question. So, sadly, that's something, well, at least in Ukraine, we would like to make our system work and open up opportunities to make it more possible and popular. This model will allow to unite a lot of players and see the goal, but through different formats and tools. This could be very useful for the representatives from different sectors to validate, calibrate what we can see there, but everybody will be using their own tools. Serhii, Emma? Ella? For the first 6 years for my city, It was funded through Fractal as a part of social corporate responsibility since 2019. We started working actively with partners and attracting them to the platform My City. Our goal is to, the general turnover has to be about 5% for administration work. On the other hand, we have the goal of diversifying costs. I cannot say we do this perfectly well, because in 2022 we were operating thanks to 6 businesses, 5 of which were external players, with 3D Look and Heels still working. The manufacturer of pet corn, pet feed to help animals. The distribution will be 60-40 this year, 60 from donors to implement programs, 40% costs from businesses, donations and partnership contributions. And we understand we are tilted a bit to the side of donors. We do not want to be dependent exclusively on one donor or business who will later dictate what to do. We want to maintain our independence and our vision as to what we have to do and want to do to avoid the situation. And for example, My City turns into a charitable foundation which will be dictated by external players and go elsewhere because someone else wants to. We want to have an independent story, and we will be working towards forming a caregiver council from entrepreneurs who have shared values, who have experience and are ready to share this experience with us, so we can build a systematic institution. Sometimes we are like blind cats. Sometimes we know how to do things, but we always need to hear opinions from our neighbors, friends, colleagues, acquaintances who can tell you that we have tried this already, it doesn't work. That's why this caregiver council will support My City initiative. At the same time, this will be about exchanging experience and practices so we can become better. Brief comment. This question has to be looked through 2 points. First, algorithm of actions. There are ideas that are supported by us. Some ideas are launched by us and we try to implement them. For example, we can speak of those big spaces I mentioned. And it's important to stress that it's not only about creating spaces, but creating separate institutions which will be operating, or we can create an ecosystem which will work in this space or beyond. Because physically speaking, it'll be hard. But we conceptualize people taking this analytics and data that we have at our disposal, and we start searching for people who can join this business community who has founded the algorithm actions, and they can think of our mindset as valuable, and these people can become a core player. We have donor programs and other businesses are involved, international and Ukrainian businesses alike. It's not as important, but there are so many ways. We have to understand that we conceptualize this idea. It is based on something. The second point, these organizations that are supported by us, they also remain within our ecosystem. And when we speak of support, it's not only about giving the first impetus and support financially. It's important to give the needed expertise and consultation, so this import can lead to their increased capacity. As I mentioned today, when you assess or discuss something about the idea or initiative, you have to understand the next step of this party, because for some reasons you may change paths or you may shift vectors. So this expertise and the ability to talk through and find shared paths helps us to build this institutionality down the line. Understood? Thanks for your answers, for fitting in these time frames, because you can talk infinitely about this topic. There is the thread about local self-governments and the state and international cooperation. Can I briefly elaborate? But I want to address the comments of Christina because this tool that she mentioned is also efficient. We use the Abo platform. We consider 4 concepts of institutions which will help the algorithm. This is the analytical think tank, investment fund, e-government foundation, as well as one of the possible actionable tools. At times I try to be in the shoes of people who are just starting out, and from my role I've been working for 16 years with a different contexts and organizations. I also manage the institution which is expanding and narrowing down, and that's good for the ecosystematic approach. It means if you are narrowed down, you have to expand again. So I'm extremely grateful for your leadership and for bringing new things, insisting on values that have to inform, and hopefully we will meet in 10 years and discuss how things have worked out. And this will be the reality, because from my experience I can tell that 16 years ago creative cities, creative industries, what was it? Now this is the normal practice and fantastic activity for the sake of the cities. Thanks a lot for moderating. Moving on, I let the speakers go, now I can hear myself. 2 announcements, no coffee break now, we have a brief sanitary break to reorient, to invite new speakers. Till 3:50, you have some time to get some water and come back. You may stay in the conference room as well. We will have the session of brief presentations from the participants of the forum. Whoever is the presenter, please get closer so I can see you and give you a brief.
Дорогі друзі, шановні колеги, я запрошую вас знайти для
Dear
себе
colleagues, dear friends, let me ask you to find your seat in the room because we're going to start our presentation session, and let me invite the speakers for this session to take their seats in the first row to be closer to the stage. You will find it more convenient, and it will be easier for you to establish all the logistics during this part. And let me also invite colleagues next to the door to realize in what part of the space you want to be now. We are waiting for you because we are about to launch this session. And let me tell you a couple of words about our further work for this part of the presentation called Who's Who Brief Presentations. So for us, this is a classical panel when we have a chance to hear brief presentations from the participants of the forum, and these are the presentations on the topics they're working with or their projects, and every person coming to this stage will deliver a brief presentation just for 5 minutes. Every participant of this panel will have 5 slides and 5 minutes for a presentation, and after this brief presentation there will be no time for a Q&A session, so we actually do not envisage any chances for asking questions. Therefore, if any question arises to that or this or that presenter, please jot down those questions, and probably later you will keep on with this communication after the presentations. And now let me make sure that all the speakers, all the presenters are here in the room. Please raise your hands for me to see all of you. Good to see. So I suggest that we start and we move. I'm inviting the participant. I give the mic to you, and the floor is yours. And let me invite the first speaker coming from Dmytro Moisenko, the author of the project Lviv Lantern. Thank you. I'm Dmytro Moisenko, and I Lantern, which is a small ecosystem, which is already an ecosystem now. It actually gave birth to something that will lead to a master plan for street lighting. So this is the first step towards the birth of new approach of working with street lighting. It is based on some historical insights because we dive deep into the history of street lighting in Lviv, and we have taken into account also the developer. We crystallized it all in something that will become the foundation for the future development of street lighting. The fundamental part of this project is aesthetics, because we really took quite an effort in consortium with Luminal and Replus, and we managed to identify the core criteria. We think that it's so much important to preserve our legacy. We are creating a register of historical lanterns in order to have them separated from the overall number of lanterns, and to give protection status to them. We are creating city identity. We create the harmony of space because the light should ensure continuity of the street and city identity. We had a study into how street lighting works outside of the aesthetic part and what its effect is on the environmental component and inclusion, and how the environment works when the lights are on. In partnership with Dark Sky International, we worked on how light influences the environment, the ecology, and we took into account while developing the rules for street lighting operation in the city. As of today, the document has been crystallized. It's already on its way towards implementation at the level of the city, and I'm offering you an environment where quite soon we will have a portal and a point of entry into the study of our history, and you will see what the street lighting will look like in the city. This is the Instagram page that will soon be provided with a new vision, the information about the new vision of the operation of the street lighting system. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitro, for your quick presentation. It's great when we also have links to your social media or your contacts. And let me invite our next speaker. So this is going to be Dmitro Tchaikovsky, Vice President of the Old Lutsk Basketball Club, and the topic is youth in the city, what keeps active youth in Lutsk. Good afternoon, I'm Dmitro Tchaikovsky. I'm the Vice President of the Basketball Club, the Old Lutsk. And first of all, I would ask you to pay attention to the QR code. If you scan this QR code from the slide, you may get acquainted with what we do, and you will get more information regarding the topic youth in the city. What keeps active youth in Lutsk? Here I would like to mention that it's so much important to encourage, to motivate young people and to give some opportunities for development to young people, and then they will stay. In this way, you will just motivate them to stay. And this year, we have gone a little bit beyond the basketball playground, and we started communicating more, collaborating more in different fields with different organizations in the city. And let me share some brief information about what we have done over this short span of time. Let me tell you about how we actually motivate young people to stay in Lutsk. This process and this mechanism is as effective and practical as only possible because we provide an opportunity for development. We give this chance for development to young people, to children, and they can see development prospects not just in sports but in everything related to sports. I mean, they could become coaches, trainers, they could become managers in sports. They could also become leaders in sports because in our activity we're developing leadership skills, and that means a chance for them to get further employed. Summer we had a camp for children. The number of children engaged in that was 110, and we gave them an opportunity to feel that they should be developing further skills. We have also created our social media page and our own brand. We conducted trainings for children. We had classes of English with them. We had classes of first medical aid with them, because that is something that is absolutely relevant for the wartime. And during those trainings, actually, all the children were very active. And definitely we need to understand that what keeps motivating people in particular is availability of the Super League team in our club. We also understand that we need to create spaces for young people. There should not just be a standard basketball or volleyball playground. That might be a creative space where they could be developing, get acquainted with each other. And in particular this year, in summer, we launched a project together with Yuri Chaika, an artist from Lutsk, and we have already opened up the first location, the first venue where you can spend some time playing games, going in for sports, playing basketball in particular. And it would really be good if in Lutsk we had more spaces like this. Also, I do really hope that probably will also volunteer to get engaged in such projects. Maybe somewhere in your neighborhood there are venues where such spaces could be launched. And of course, the things that keep inspiring people are the games of the Super League team. It's one of the 10 Super League teams. Um, and at the games of this team, we can already see that young people tend to attend those games. They want to communicate with the players of the team. They are eager to attend the games. That is quite an event. Their games are always an important event in our community. And these people know that while developing personally and professionally, by developing their skills, they can actually show their skills at the top level, and they can motivate other people. We also have a trainer, a basketball coach of the national Ukrainian team in basketball. He also lives here, and that is also a sort of motivation, because if if you live here in Lutsk, you can actually compete with the best teams of Ukraine, and not only Ukraine but also the world sometimes, and you may play games with them. Sportsmen are ambassadors, and I'm trying to explain that Lutsk has a lot of opportunities, and we are very much interested in young people stay here in Lutsk. And at the end, let me give you an example. Over 2 years, about 10 children, to be more specific, 9 children have come back from Europe, because Europe is supporting us. The European people are in solidarity with us, but nobody is particularly interested in developing young people, in ensuring the development of young people here. But here in Lutsk, we do have opportunities, which is a very pleasing fact to acknowledge. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitro. And let me invite Lesa Berezdetska, a sociologist, activist of the Tenants Union of Ukraine, grassroots tenants union movement, and that is her topic, and she will also deliver a presentation on the perfect lease contract. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak here. I understand that I need to be in a hurry, so please scan this QR code immediately, because otherwise you won't manage to do it. This is our social media. We were established last year, and since we are tenants ourselves, and because we understood that IDPs are not getting any sustainable solutions from the state as far as their housing and accommodation is concerned, that's why they have to lease to be tenants, and the figure of those who are renting premises and apartments has reached 15% now. So anyway, we understood that we need to have this tenants union movement to have our voice heard, to advocate our rights, to build equal relationship between owners of housing and tenants, and to contribute to fair housing policy. This is what I meant by saying that we will have our voice heard. What have we already done? Well, the main thing we have done is developing a draft contract. We are an activist group, that's why we're rather slow about that, because we also have other things to do. But we would like to have a grassroots mass movement. We would like many people to join us, because then we would manage to be faster. At the moment, in our movement, we have about 25 people. Out of them, up to 10 are rather more active. And there are a lot of things that we are willing to do, but we don't always have the resources to do it soon. But we do have ambitious plans. Well, we even went to court in the case of one of the tenants, but there was actually no money for the court case to pay the court fee. She actually lost, unfortunately, her case in court. And I can mention that our objectives are to do street activism, I mean to disseminate information about us in the streets through brochures and leaflets. The other objective is to develop the renting policy in Ukraine, because we understand that there are many issues and the narrative of the tenants is never heard. And the third objective, besides making more people join us in developing this tenants policy, is to develop the relationship between the owners of housing and tenants, because it's quite often very difficult to advocate your needs, to develop and build rapport with the owners. And of course, we don't know how to actually do this, but we could arrange a workshop where we could be learning together how to move on in this direction. That is a workshop that we're going to hold in Krakow. We are now at the stage of entering the International Union of Tenants, and one of our partner organizations, which is also a grassroots organization. This is the Czech organization, one of the Czech organizations, not recently established, but they already have about 400 members. They are rather active, so we would like to partner with them and to borrow their experience. Let me go over to the lease contract. So, according to the civil code, tenants have a lot of documents, but the lease contract is the main document. So that is what the civil code says, that actually there is a civil code and there are some provisions in that, but the lease contract is the main document. And of course there are some issues like discrimination, which we need to fight with, because, well, if for some reasons the owner of the housing discriminates you, you cannot do anything under the lease contract. You should arrange a campaign. But actually, you can prescribe it in your lease contract that there should be no compulsory and all of a sudden eviction from the house. You can see that the rent fee has increased so much after the full-scale invasion, 2 times or 3 times, and still, you know, we stick to the vision that all the owners of private housing can do whatever they want, but the right of accommodation, the right to housing, is one of the basic and fundamental rules of people. Well, another problem might be that owners of housing come to visit you or to come to the apartment at the moment when you're not there, whenever they want, or they ban you from renting an apartment if you're staying with pets there. I know I have to speed up. So, in general, this lease contract is a wide document. But the more detailed it is, the safer it is for both sides, for both parties, both for the owner of the housing, because he will know what his expectations should be, and of course for the tenant. Regarding eviction, that is a real problem, but a tenant has to tell the owner of the housing 3 months beforehand. And the owner, if he doesn't want to continue with this lease contract, he will always have to inform you beforehand. And by the way, if your lease contract has expired, but you haven't not had any talk with the owner of the housing, this means that the lease contract has been renewed. If there is no deadline in the lease contract, so according to the legislation, its period of validity is 5 years. Then the lease contract should also ensure good and safe communication between the parties. Some of the articles have been copied from the Civil Code of Ukraine to the lease contract, as I've already mentioned. And in that contract, in the perfect contract, you have to prescribe it that the rent fee can be increased only once a year, and due to specific reasons, because of inflation or because of something else, but only once a year, and to a certain extent. And we would like to initiate having a center in Kyiv, the center of our movement in the Ukrainian and Danish center, Ukrainian Danish center. There will be a presentation, if I'm not mistaken, on Sunday. If you're interested in that, please do attend this meeting. And eviction can take place only if the owner can prove that the tenant has hosted some of his relatives over a period of time, or if the rules of neighborhood are violated by the tenant on a regular basis. Otherwise, the eviction can take place only under the court decision. And there we can see the copies of our perfect lease contract. So if you're interested in that, please do approach the stand. Thank you, Larissa.
Larissa, the next speaker is Tara Tatsuk. He's an architect, urbanist at NGO City Reboot, and the presentation Eco Park in Topilia River Valley. The floor is yours. Hello everyone. I want to briefly tell you about our big and long-term project, which has lasted for more than a year and will continue for undefined time frame. This is an eco park in the valley of River Styr in Topilia. This is what it looked like last year in November. The part of Styr River. Now it has its own sources, springs, and it functions independently. As we started this project, we saw it was River Konopelko. We started studying. It turned out that Google was not right, and it was River Topilia, as we saw in water resources. Then the locals told us that Topilia is further away, and that's the small Styr or Styr Rock. So the story behind Starter has its continuation. This is what the territory looks like in spring and summer. A couple of fresh photos from June of this year. Picturesque place. Why is it valuable? Why do we take part in this project as an NGO from Lutsk, and that's somewhere in Pidhaitsi? Because that's close to the city of Lutsk. This is the territory which has a massive potential not only for the community, but also for recreation services for the population of the city of Lutsk. There is no laser, but in the first picture to the right side you can see there is the reserve Orotnew. It is behind Lutsk. Is very popular territory for the residents of Lutsk. People attend, drive there. This is essentially a forest which has a small lake in it, and this is a natural protection territory. In this territory there are regulations as to how this territory can be used. Despite limitations and regulation, it still has a lot of demand compared to some random patch in the forest. And for the valley of rivers we have a different perspective. It's not about the forest, but these valleys and these groves and rivers. And we have counted approximately who can potentially use this territory. What's the number of people? And that's quite a lot of people. That's 200,000 people from Lutsk and about 20,000 from adjacent communities. What is important to point out is that it's a natural protection territory of the Council of Europe Emerald Network, as you can see on the slide. And about the project and the stages, there was a number of potential uses of the territory, and it's gave an incentive to have research. In 2024, the Youth Council from Pidhaitsi addressed us and told us we used to have a bank and it was bad. It was improved through the efforts of the council. Now we have a different riverbank and we try to arrange it better, but only we can go there and have rest. And we said essentially that's the same that is with roads. You make roads wider and you have more cars. You have a problematic solution and you have to scale it up, and most likely this solution is not good. You will instead, well, we conducted this analysis, field work with the representatives of community, and it turned out the biggest value of this territory was this untouched comfort, solitude and natural aesthetics. So working with the bank is not as expedient because it destroys the biggest values of the territory. And this figure of speech I mentioned for residents, if you have mountains but you want to dig a sea on the side of these mountains is not sensible. So one of the constituent parts of our project was to agree on the needs, taking into account the resources available. With further, we had a Roskvit project about the formation of communities, and we tried to work on this project. A couple of slides about how we were studying this territory. We had communal work, we had a picnic, a barbecue, we attended local churches, something unexpected, but we tried to integrate in the current communities, and we told them about this project. And at the end of the day, the last two pictures, how we can see this territory and something we wanted to convey to people because of this mismatch of expectations and resources. The time frames are not defined because in the first place this is a study. There is no clear intention of investment in this territory because there is no clear vision. Our goal is to inform a strategy, just small local interventions that do not go against each other but work towards the joint goals. Have almost managed to fit in the time frame. Thank you. Thank you, Taras. The next speaker is Mykola Stavnichi. He's the development of communities and territories, and he will be talking about the assessment of ecosystem services of urban forests, case studies from Ukrainian cities. I'm pleased to greet all of you, part in it, and discuss this urgent topic, which is socially related, how nature and society interact. And when we talk about urban forests, we do not talk just about trees as such. We talk about the green infrastructure which shapes our cities, communities, and has influence on our life. In the first place, I would like to talk to you what ecosystematic services are. These are the benefits that we receive from nature free of charge. A couple of examples, like the change of climate. For example, as I walk in the park, there is a shade. It's not too hot in case for example, when I walk in winter, I can walk and there isn't so much wind. The consumption of CO2, it's easier to breathe. It's more pleasant. The same goes for stormwater runoff. We avoid flooding. And there are so many more different factors that can be taken into account, but there is the strong basis based by the service in the US, and the main idea was to show to people what is the value behind the landscaping, the greenery, in particular trees in cities. We had this grand story. We visited a couple of cities I will mention shortly. We had a good idea as to how to prepare communities, how to plant greenery instead of ignoring. We visited 3 towns, Nizhny Zdolbuny and Ilinci. We received certificates from the service of the US. More than 40 volunteers joined us, and we were able to measure about 1,800 trees. We used the system ARCHIS. Each system had trees and all the data covered, so the length of the trunk, diameter, and any other ecosystem services that are provided. We had a software iTree, and during the study we found the problem which essentially has to do not only with these cities but for all communities in the country. These are planetary landscaping and the absence of integral holistic strategy. And during the presentation to the city council, also, well, the council supported this idea, and so far they are planning to implement this in their planning documentation, which is very cool, and we hope the situation will spread beyond. For example, we can see a couple of important data. For example, you can see the equivalent of CO2 emissions from cars, from vehicles and single-family buildings, as well as the number of forest trees. You can use these 3 QR codes to find the study, the methods, each metric, how we did it. There are conclusions and results, how you can use this for further study. We would like to spread this material so people can value local landscaping, local greenery, and work with this further in their cities, because often this problem is ignored. And our last study was conducted with in Kyiv. We tried to study public garden. Why was this the case? Because this is an important area for research. It has specificity, special landscape. The relief is interesting, aged trees and active community ready to fight for their territory, to preserve greenery in the city. And there is a couple of important points in terms of data we were able to see. The trees in this garden produce about 10,000 tons of oxygen, and the same goes for stormwater runoffs. The equivalent in money, more than 31.3 millions of hryvnias. We had a presentation and people were encouraged and inspired a lot. We have a story that we want to go to the local governments, work with grants and develop the concept to develop this public garden to fight against climate change. People are very much interested and willingly cooperate with us, and hopefully with this presentation I have been able to inspire you and show you how our green friends are valuable, why we need to think about them. And if you have any questions, I will gladly answer them. Thank you. Thank you, Mikola. The next speaker is Yelizaveta Dmitryshin.
let me invite you to join our last for today's session of our forum, for us to have enough time to listen to our highly distinguished speaker. Take your seats with no delay. Yes, please, no music, and thanks a lot to all those who have come back in time. You have come back to attend this session, and today we're going to discuss within this 1 hour session the topic of looking into the future in heritage preservation. And the moderator is going to be Ksenia Polzun, urban expert at SEDOS, architect, co-founder of NGO Renovation Map. Then let me give the floor to you for you to be able to introduce our speakers. So, good afternoon to everyone. I'm really happy to see that so people have come to this final session for today. It's going to be a very lively and dynamic talk about heritage in the broadest sense of this word. I'm Ksenia Polzun, and together with me I have our great speakers, Irina Matsavka, a historian, heritage expert, and director of Kharkiv School of Architecture. Also we have Katarina Pastushuk, volunteer of the Wooden Lace of Chernihiv project. And then we have Miroslava Vertyuk, Deputy Director for Intangible Cultural Heritage and Public Relations at the National Cultural Center Ivan Hochar Museum. So our talk will last for about an hour, and 45 minutes will be allocated to the presentations of speakers, to the discussions, and then we will have a Q&A session. Therefore, please jot down some of your questions if they appear, and we will be happy to communicate with you over the last 15 minutes of this session. So I'm really happy that we are now staying in Lutsk at this urban forum, and I'm happy that we have this panel because Lutsk is really the city which has an abundant cultural heritage, and at the same time, as it can be seen from the previous panel discussions and from what we ourselves saw in the city is developing. There are a number of new spaces being established already there. So what is the link between heritage, current development, and future development? So that is what we're going to discuss today. I will not make a long introduction. Let me start with the first question. So Irina, and actually all the speakers taking turns, please do tell us what aspect of heritage you are working with. And if heritage is something about the past, then how is it reflected in the present? And thank you for the invitation. Thank you for raising this topic, this issue at the forum. During the first session, when we were all discussing what is important for all of us, I felt sorry to see that heritage was written in very small letters there. And I think that I will try to refer in our today's discussion to the importance of heritage, because heritage is and should be a part of the integrated development of cities, towns, and villages. I can tell you a couple of words about myself. I've been working with heritage since 2008, and I've been focusing on complicated, very specific heritage and on transforming it into shared heritage. I used to work with soft products, which means educational programs for universities, also programs for tour guides for them to know how to speak about cultural heritage. These were also rounds of discussions regarding complicated heritage items. And now I'm interested in Soviet heritage. This is a relevant issue, and here I represent Kharkiv School of Architecture. But within this panel, I will probably be focusing on education, therefore. But besides that, I need to mention that, well, you know, you mentioned that heritage is about the past, but in my lectures, after I give students the definition of heritage as such, I give a very simple definition of myself, saying that heritage is not about the past, it's about the present. Heritage is not about them, but it's about us and our vision of ourselves in this world and our um, the vision of us by other people in this world. So heritage is something we should be striving to preserve, because heritage is something through which we speak to ourselves and speak to the whole world. Let us try to win this fight with technology and have the slides on the screen. Maybe while Xenia is giving it a try. Oh, this is already number 3, so I'm sorry for that. Yes, that is the first one. No, click backwards. Please do it very slowly, otherwise you will always get to slide number 3. This is the one. Bingo. Sorry for that. So, I represent Kharkiv School of Architecture, and Kharkiv School of Architecture was the first independent higher education institution in the field of architecture. Well, it's like high school, but it's a university which is well accredited. We do have a bachelor program, and this year we have launched the master program, so we're actually a university. And we integrate modern state-of-the-art approaches to teaching architecture that are currently used both in the US and in the EU. In 2022, we were relocated to Lviv with a very clear understanding of the fact that architects cannot be taught offline. That's what I keep saying. It's like with surgeons, with physicians, they cannot be taught online. That is a profession that where training needs to be taken offline. That's why we were relocated and are now located in Lviv. And right after relocation, we revised our curriculum following the needs of the war context and the post-war recovery period. And in this program, heritage has really taken a substantial role. And I will just tell you a couple of words about how we work with that. We really invest a lot into educational programs, and the first course that we launched was entitled Critical Reconstruction in Heritage for third-year bachelor students. By critical reconstruction, I mean the approach that works well with destroyed or strongly transformed spaces that combine respect for history and modern challenges and modern social requirements. So the key challenge here is critical reconsideration of heritage and building on this continuity instead of elimination of some awkward elements from the past. And in this course, we are actually talking about discourses, about the way they change, and about the way those discourses develop new practices. And where we are as Ukraine, where do we have this field of heritage and what we can take out of this heritage? All our courses are practice-oriented, and all the theoretical knowledge given to students in this course should be immediately applied in the studio of adaptation. That's what we call our studio, where people have a specific heritage site, a specific customer, which could be a private owner or which could be the city authorities, and they have to work with those sites and do critical reconstruction of those sites. Sanya, please help. So when students approach us, we tell them what the most important things for an architect are. And the most important thing, the thing of critical importance for the architect, is to be able to work with the context and to analyze things. That's why, as far as heritage is concerned, we go very much beyond the discourse of style, because architecture is also about social and cultural processes and aspects. And therefore, it reflects social interconnections in society, in the country. We focused on the heritage of modernism, which is quite a problematic research issue, both in the world and in Ukraine, because these simple forms are not attractive for anyone. And on the basis of modernistic sites, our students learn to analyze context. They work with analysis of the architectonics and structure, and then they do the axiometric section, cross-section that shows all those tiers. And this year, our course has really been great, and we decided to get a brand for it. So if you want to get a t-shirt with some historical sites from Lviv Heritage, so let me invite you to first of all visit those sites, and you may get that t-shirt as well. Within all the theory, we are also trying to deal with documentation of architectural heritage. This is 3D documenting of architectural heritage, a special course which was elaborated in cooperation with foreign professors. Again, this course correlates well with the practical activity, because immediately after having this course you can apply your knowledge in 3D scanning of cultural heritage sites. And we work here together with the Ski-Rom companies, which is probably one of the best and largest companies that does digitizing of cultural heritage. And the sites our students work with then appear on the Ski-Rom resources. In my speech, I try to focus on our programs and our approaches. I think that probably we will still develop this topic later. Yes, thank you, Rena. I am an architect by background, therefore I understand that there is really a need for having a critical, fresh view on our educational system. We need some refreshment of the approaches to interacting with the architecture of different periods. We need to know how to work with architecture. And I started dealing with site preservation activity because I studied in Lviv, and we had a course on restoration, which was more like a theoretical course for one semester, and we needed to choose to select one site, one building, and I actually raised my eyes, saw this building, and I understood that this is exactly the practical approach we should be applying while working with heritage. So in the course of classical studies, theoretical studies, there should be this practical element. And now let me ask Katarina. Katarina, how do you work with heritage? I'm really eager to learn your experience. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm really happy that I've finally joined you here. I'm Katarina. I'm a volunteer at the Wooden Lace of Chernihiv project. Our project has been functioning since 2017. Soon we will celebrate the 8th anniversary, and we work with wooden heritage of Chernihiv, with wooden buildings, wooden houses that are decorated with wooden lace. In fact, it's not only Chernihiv region that has a lot of wooden huts and wooden buildings with nice decorations. We have a lot in Sumy region. Well, of course, there are a lot of buildings like this in Belarus and even some areas of Russia. But we work in Chernihiv region, and in Chernihiv itself, at the city, you can see the illustration. We really have a lot of very nice buildings. Almost all of these buildings are the buildings dating back to the 19th century, and we as a volunteer organization trying not to do restoration, but to do recovery, because we are scolded for using the word restoration. So it's recovery of buildings. We ensure recovery of those parts of place and paint the buildings and make them so nice. In our project was launched in 2017, 2018, and Stanislav Ivashchenko, the head of the project, started organizing it all and collecting the data about all wooden huts in Chernihiv region. So he started systematizing it and organizing it into one museum, online museum. In our gallery, we have more than 500 buildings. They are all available on the map. Tourist itineraries are shown on that map, and if you come to Chernihiv, you will be able to see it all. Well, as far as heritage is concerned, there are also some challenges, because we try to help owners to do recovery of their buildings with some minor elements of repairs. We do recovery of some lace. We also produce some other parts of lace from scratch, anew. But there is a very bad trend, because wooden huts, well, there are getting fewer and fewer wooden houses in Chernihiv region, because normally whenever repairs are done, new elements, not wood, are used for that. It's like glass, it's tin or something else. And metal. And I, as a representative of the Wooden Lace of Chernihiv project, would actually ask everyone to support us. We could probably hire some market scientists who would help us to persuade people that our houses should stay in their initial appearances, because people really tried a lot. They did a lot when they were trying to carve all those laces. So probably we should make it a fashion, and then we will have more of such houses. Unfortunately, on our website over the recent 2 years, there have appeared a lot of buildings which have this mark lost. And the lace, which was being recovered for many years, just remains hidden under some plastic. So you have the presenter clicker for speakers, and if you press it downwards, then it will change the slides. Great, thank you. Therefore, we as volunteers are helping people to make it happen, and we have our people, our reporters in our whistleblowers, so to say, in Chernihiv, and when we know that something is going to happen to a certain building, to a certain lace, like they're going to install plastic there, we do our best to go to Chernihiv and to ask people to at least give this lace to us and to take it to a certain museum, because if some other people are willing to do this, they may actually use this lace for their houses with the permission of the owners. And here you can see joint community work showing how we are trying to preserve our heritage and disseminate it, not only using our hand labor and manual labor, but we're also using newer technologies. On our website, we have the overwhelming number of sites with all those elements which most of you maybe know, or if you're an architect, or maybe you don't know. I mean, the cornices, the window glasses, window panes, and so on. So these are all the elements of carving and the elements of lacing that you can actually see on the website. You can learn the historical data. Of course, we are not historians, but we are trying to research by listening to the narratives provided by people, like it is indicated on the website where this or that lace was found for the first time, where we came across it, whether it's the only one, whether it's an inclusive one or not. And well, let's say there is only one building in Chernihiv where elephants are depicted, so we are researching now where from those elephants appeared there. And there you can see this lace on the website from the house that you came to like, and actually you can borrow this lace or borrow the design of this lace in 3D. So I think it's going to be useful for many people. I'm from Vinnytsia region, and I actually don't know. Well, I know that people in Vinnytsia region are actually not aware of the fact where from they can take such places, they can take from such decorations, at least the design. But this can be done through the museum as through the website. The dog is saying that my words are right. So this is an example of what our renewed buildings look like. On the one side you see what was before, and then you see what was after. It seems to me that this is really impressive. Well, it's clear that you need to be taking care of every wooden hut. And of course, that is much more care than the care just of the building that will be put into plastic or anti-corrosive materials. But we have carpenters, we have experts who tell us how wood could be processed. And by the way, this is the Patos house. This is a famous Ukrainian artist that is the monument of architecture. And this house was fully rebuilt. You know, people quite often say that wood needs to be painted all the time. It becomes exposed to corrosion, and because of those reasons, these wooden huts either get into decay or you need to put them into plastic cover. But with this Pathos house, there was insulation provided, and then the wooden wooden planes were put back on the house. So it's a unique approach, which shows us that if you're really very much willing to do something, you can find lots of approaches to really preserve, cherish heritage sites. And it's not just about the physical appearances, about the lights, about the wood. It's about our traditions that we used to have many generations before we were born. If we do not preserve those traditions now, most probably in about 100 years, nobody will ever recall that such things generally existed. And if we follow that trend, nobody will ever recall what Ukraine and Ukrainians started with.
That's our nice house. 2 Street 16, before and after. That's it for now. Thank you. Thank you, Katerina. It reminds me of the concept of background architecture, which in our opinion, in my personal opinion and my colleagues, find this also important. Not all objects are classified as natural heritage that has to be protected, but you have a lot of unique buildings which are also a part of this identity of the city. And we have come to the question about the practical tools, how to transfer on some practices to decorate buildings again in the future. Possibly a person may need to build a new structure but preserve the decoration, elements of decor. And that's for you, Miroslava, because it has to do more with intangible cultural heritage. So I give the floor to you. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. I'm happy to be in such a community. Unusual, to be fair. Well, at least for me. We have our own closed community where we have a lot of interesting meetings, and today it's invaluable for me in particular because culture and intangible cultural heritage ends up in such an environment. So thanks for this panel and thanks for the invitation. I will be happy to share my experience. I represent the National Center at Ivan Honchar Museum. It is based in Kiev. It's a pretty young institution, but with huge history, which is based on history and culture of our people. As a museum, we were founded 30 years ago as a state institution. In 1959 starts the story of our museum, the founder of which is a sculptor, Ivan Honchar. After the Second World War, through realizing the risk of the possible loss of Ukrainian identity, the Ukrainian people, that further generations may not ever know about this. He's a sculptor, an artist, and he embarks on an expedition to research Ukraine, to preserve and testify that Ukrainians have existed. This is about the collection. This is tangible artifacts that he has collected in different regions of Ukraine. But these images are about the fact how different communities have united across the time frame during which the museum has operated. There is human scale, and it is very topical when it comes to today's forum. And you see traditional culture as a live tradition is capable of uniting and attracting different communities. And you can see musicians and servicemen and thought leaders and artists, children. This is how we can see the tradition which can become a platform to unite different communities, because this is the environment full of harmony and comfort. It was created by people who put in it their aspirations, their beliefs. That's how they believed communication through the forms of art and rituals that enabled this mutual understanding and communication among each other and the world, people around. That's how we see this big potential in case we are able to properly integrate this tradition in our current life. It can become the space for cooperation of different communities. As a museum, we work with people who are the carriers of tradition, with those who had grown, possibly even the cultural context of the enemy to a certain extent, which has a lot of similarities with the traditional Ukrainian culture. We also work with youth in cities, not only with the youth, but also with the residents of the city, because we mostly research culture which had formed in the rural environment. That's why we are trying to find ways to transform this, reconsider, to give new life to this tradition in cities. Huge attention is being paid to origins, to sources, and that's about people in the first place. We study, research this tradition, capture this. This is how we carry out our expedition on a regular basis. We preserve this. We create digital archives. One of the big projects I would like to share happened before the full-scale invasion. We opened the digital archive Polyphony project, a musical polyphony of many villages and multi-channel recordings. These are Ukrainian songs anyone can play, learn and practice to practice the Ukrainian musical tradition. Obviously, origins and sources are about the artifacts that are kept in museums because they represent people and history. They can tell us a lot of things. So the sources are the basis which gives growth to our activities. You can see also people on the screen. I shall say that on our way there was also negative experience I would like to share. These are the attempts to integrate continue and develop traditional culture in rural environment. In 2 years, we had one partner project in the region of Cherkasy. There was a research of local tradition, and we tried to restore it, engaging the youth. There was an agreement that those people would be supported financially with the intention that this tradition will come back. Sadly, we had this negative result. Ever since the external support ceased, it was clear that tradition would not be able to live on and would not be perceived. There was also one project in the Kiev region, Festival of Traditional Culture, where for 10 years we did not manage to ensure stable result which could bring back rural traditions back. But we are trying to reintegrate traditional culture in urban environment, and we have positive experience. There are a lot of partnerships with businesses. Today we are open, we create digital archives of tangible and intangible materials, and this gives life to large-scale projects for cooperation which help to restore tradition on site. Among other things, you can see traditional donut from Slobozhanщina region. We have been working with this for many years through businesses and try to spread this tradition. And possibly, I would like also to talk about the story. The slide on the left side, that's stars, Christmas stars. This is the picture from the last Christmas in December 2024. At night, after large-scale air raid attacks, there was a big risk that such form may scare people away and make them stop celebrating Christmas and practicing their spiritual culture. That is our support, our strength. And there was a big surprise when a lot of people gathered in the morning, in particular mothers with neonates, with infants, came as a conscious protest. They did understand that behind this tradition we have very important senses that unite us and give us strength to withstand and give this active response against the enemy. And this important concept of today's work was the commemoration of militaries. Everyone carried on their chests the stars with the names of those people that were supposed to be commemorated. It resonated well with people. That's how we show how tradition of Christmas can live in the city, layering and stacking new senses, giving us power and the sense of unity. Thank you. We touched the topic of those intricacies of how to work with heritage and traditions. And here I would like to ask you a question. Each of you are working with heritage, or you are present in projects or institutions who work with heritage for quite a while in different parts of our country in today's reality. And this full-scale invasion could impact a lot how you work with heritage now. And I would like you to share which challenges have you faced after full-scale invasion to your work. I will be brief because as an institution we have not worked with heritage. So this traditional approach to build heritage in Ukraine, if I'm mistaken, you can correct me, but there are two high education institutions who specialized in conservation and restoration, namely in Lviv and Odessa, or universities here. And when it comes to the larger context, restoration is not studied. Of course, we have a shortage of specialists in this area, and this area is very important. But generally speaking, heritage is not present as a topic. And the war, in my opinion, creates more challenges for our graduates who will have to work with such approaches that we provide them with. It gives us a chance to reconsider how important heritage is. It's not only about the element or resource for sustainable development of communities. Architects have to be able to work with it, because architectural solutions provoke new social dynamics. It's not even because of the fact that heritage has to become a very important element of the integrated development strategy of cities and towns. Heritage is present very much in our cities. It is somewhere separately positioned beyond the strategy of city. And we need experts that will enter and pave the way. They have to give their souls into it, because heritage is a massive resource to solve even a lot of social problems in the city. But what is also important is that heritage, and I tell this to my students all the time, heritage in the first place is about emotions. It evokes a lot of emotions, positive admiration or resistance or sadness. And after the war, heritage can become both a source to relive the pain and tragedy and traumas, and at the same time it can become a tool to incite conflicts. And after the war, the society will be very easy to ignite, and architects have to be able to solve this as well. So the approaches at our school are also about reconsidering and understanding these courses, the ability to work with them and transfer them onto architectural solutions, and interconnection of the architect with the community within which he or she works with heritage. This gives us this understanding that heritage has become an integrated part of our life, of our program, because in 90% of cases that architects have to do, well, this work takes place in the historical context. We give the knowledge that can be applied in many various ways. In critical reconstruction projects, for example, students can go to municipalities, and this knowledge is very needed. They can go and work in communities, and this knowledge will be in demand too. So, for us, the war has become an impetus to reconsider the importance of heritage. And as you mentioned, Ksenia, it means breaking out of this narrow concept of heritage as monuments only. We have to give this knowledge to our students. We have to explain the complexity of heritage, because that's about different stakeholders, different emotions, conflicts of interest, and so on. And we also reinforce our work. We take part in international grants on heritage to reinforce the processes, but also to give our foreign partners the understanding of our challenges and where we find ourselves in. We also propagate this topic through our public program. We have this regular program, and heritage is a part of our topics of interest. Let's do this one by one. Katerina, your turn. The full-scale invasion has impacted a lot our work. I will try to be concise. In the first place, the full-scale invasion, in particular in Chernihiv and in the region of Chernihiv, has destroyed a lot of buildings, wood buildings, and not only it has its impact. A lot of people are afraid to do something with those buildings, in particular if they are made of wood, even if they are not in dilapidated state, but not sufficiently appropriate state. They may be afraid to address us or do something on their own, because in the region of Chernihiv and in Chernihiv we face air attacks every single day. You never know whether the shell will hit or not. So the situation has aggravated a lot. Another negative impact is that many people from Chernihiv have relocated. So we work with buildings only in those cases where all the owners are ready that the building will be of the same color and the same lace. There may be multiple families that have bought like 2 rooms in the building, but we're not working with just one, like let's say one corner of the building. We work with the building in its entirety. A lot of people have left. It's impossible to get in touch with them. It's hard to understand whether they want to invest or not, because we help financially as well. We collect donations, but a substantial part of funding also comes from the owners, like buying paint and so on. This is another drawback. The next situation with our servicemen, of course. In the teams of the wood lace we have over 60 people, 25 or 30 people. All the men serve in the army, and those who do not serve do not have this opportunity to join the communal work. Of course, there are females, there are ladders and so on. We're trying to make things work, of course. This is another sign how the large war has impacted our activity. But in our communal work there are positive changes as well. Because from the get-go, last year, for example, we had a lot of buildings. We had 2 sites. They were gigantic. There was a lot of lace from 90s. Probably one of the buildings we were working upon longest. And the participants and volunteers and just those who had a chance to just have a look. This is a kind of therapy, because we meet up, we work physically. And I have heard many times about psychologists and psychotherapists who tell you that unless you can help mentally, you can opt for physical stuff and help yourself in the first place. So it's not only that we do the good things, not only for people, but we also calm ourselves down when we work on buildings. And another positive change in our activity, the full-scale invasion brought to us, sadly, for the better or worse, you can see a lot of brands, a lot of different communities. They wake up, they start realizing that we are Ukrainians, that we have certain values, we have history, what we have to preserve and cherish. And a lot of brands have appeared, and all of them want to work, be inspired from what has lived for centuries. And our heritage in Chernihiv, namely wood buildings, are also a good example of this, because over these 3 years a lot of brands have taken inspiration, have contacted us, and they produced, manufactured socks. There was a fashion show with the entire collection of clothes with the elements of lace. So even in this way, we can popularize our built heritage, our history, because when a brand produces a collection, everybody starts asking, why exactly wood lace? And if people never knew about this, what wood buildings are like, we finally have this idea, because I had very little to do in Chernihiv region with wood buildings, and to the north of the country there is such beauty, and I didn't know about this. I learned about this slightly later, and that's how many people learned about this beauty, through brands and communities who are trying to touch upon this and take inspiration from our culture. Thank you. Can I answer as well? I will be brief. The most important thing we can take from this war, it mobilized all of us and made us reconsider heritage as something valuable. This is the positive, the positive thing, the positive result we took through those painful events, and we have to understand this value, and people may not have realized this better before. There is culture, there is language, and this identity has to be recognized and embraced. Well, when it comes to challenges, this means the loss of tradition carriers. We can speak of the occupied territories and those people who have left their homes, their towns. These are the sites of cultural heritage and cultural spaces who have been destroyed, and this has already brought negative consequences for our culture. But we also have positive considerations in this respect, because culture, much like language, can be home, and it is home. If we take the experience of Crimean Tatars, who, after the full-scale invasion, lost their homes as well, it is through the knowledge of culture, cuisine, language, started recreating these spaces, their homes, and they have become very close to us. We start getting familiar with their culture. They recreate the space of home through culture. So I want to say there is a big happiness in it, that culture, language, experience are a powerful source which can help not territories, but only cultural space is our spiritual backbone, which can facilitate the return of our territories. Like the connection with space and soil also impacts our state and the spiritual state as well.
Thank you. You know, the full-scale invasion really impacted and affected active reconsideration of many historical facts of our past, including certain specific symbols. There is reconsideration of some heritage sites, and decommunization and de-imperialization should also be spoken of in that context. So here I would like to make a mention of quite an ambiguous heritage, which keeps reminding us of not the best times in our history. I mean, Soviet heritage. This could be both the reminder of the genocide, repressions, different sorts of tragic events in our history. So let me ask you, dear speakers, what your approach to the reconsideration of such heritage would be. Well, it's a very difficult question. I think it should be a question for a discussion for a separate panel. You have been speaking about this dissonance heritage That is something that is unpleasing, that is uncomfortable. We would be willing to hide it away. We don't know what to do with it. But maybe a positive thing in this context that could rather help us reconsider this is the fact that there is not a single nation, there is not a single country that would only have positive history and would be a puffy and good one. You really have, all of our nations really have different pages in history, because even the fight for independence includes having or taking some unpopular decisions. The dissonance heritage will always be there because every generation is reconsidering something from the past in accordance with its societal, cultural, and political framework. Once we did not speak about women in history, we did not speak about gender because that was not in the minds of people, that was not a priority. I'm producing such a long introduction to my answer regarding Soviet heritage because that is a really difficult things to speak about. Even before the full-scale invasion, the Soviet society, the Soviet heritage was polarizing this Ukrainian society very much, because we used to have experts who said that we should be conservative, we should destroy all those items of Soviet heritage, and because it doesn't belong to us. And we had some young artists saying that everything should be preserved, everything should be kept. So these were two poles, and that Soviet heritage didn't have any chances to be reconsidered in the public space in the background of those two polar views, because reconsideration is supposed to give a new life. What happened after the full-scale invasion? Well, I would say that it made the attitude to the Soviet heritage even worse. There are only some experts who now claim, but they are afraid of telling this aloud, that all heritage should be preserved. Otherwise, the society is in favor of destroying all this heritage, and if you claim that it should be preserved, you will be exposed to hate speech or hatred in social media. And I need to tell you one more important thing. We as the state became independent, gained independence actually 30 years ago. It so happened that we, throughout history, belong to someone. And if we claim that we have to eradicate the Soviet layer of our heritage, this means that we also have to eradicate all the other layers when we were under the rule of other states. And you know, we are not that much critically analyzing our enemy, and we are not analyzing how good the enemy is in using this heritage as a tool for connecting us to Russia. Russia has now expropriated all the Soviet modernist heritage. It claims that it all belongs to them, and they will come here to get what belongs to them, if that is really so. So, critical reconsideration is, for me, means appropriation. And why is complex heritage complex? Because you have to accept not only the positive things that exist in it, not only nice mosaics, you also need to accept with this heritage all those unpleasant things that were happening here with our engagement. And it's really concerning as for me, because we have actually given the heritage of World War II fully to Russia. Ukraine was the second country as far as the number of victims is concerned in World War II, and Ukraine actually was the country thanks to which victory was gained. But now we have totally given the heritage of World War II to Russia.
with no appropriation of it. And this great modernist architecture and modernist culture, we are fully giving it away to Russia or narrowing it down, limiting it to very artificial and funny, actually, framework. Therefore, I think that these discussions should be there in the society, but I feel sorry that there are so few people who could be claiming this straightforwardly because of our trauma. We have this resistance, we have this hatred. And let me get back to emotions. Heritage is an emotion because that is something you're admiring, you're excited about, or that is something that you can actually be criticizing. And this is also something that they may use, our enemy may use, to make a collapse and a division in the Ukrainian society. And this is something we need to bear in mind. Thank you. I fully agree with you. Because you said that this ambiguous heritage is a very difficult topic. And we are not supposed to be lightheaded about giving answers to those questions. That's why these are the things that need to be in the focus of our attention. We need to pay enough time to that. Regarding modernist, you mentioned, well, we could have some research projects, that we could have some interventions into the urban space where we could create this discourse, where we could have the space to speak on those topics, and where we could be looking for this complicated palette of nuances that is behind those sites. And here we're getting back to the topic of cities, and here I would also like to ask our speakers about the following. How is intangible heritage manifested in cities? How does it shape up the appearances of the city where people live? What is the connection as you see it? Well, no matter where you go in the city, everywhere you have intangible cultural heritage, because that is language, fashion, architecture, cuisine, so in plenty of manifestations. And the emotions Irina has mentioned also constitute the manifestations of intangible cultural heritage, because that all give grounds to our tastes, to our feelings, to our emotions. That is intangible cultural heritage which is everywhere in the city. Well, the other thing is that we are now talking about the integration of certain experiences that are valuable for us as a national achievement, as national heritage. In particular, if we speak about cuisine, because there are a number of projects related to it. So I'm just interested in the question, is traditional cuisine with borscht and vareniki more popular than pizza or not? Because when in our museum we wanted to do a project with a restaurant, we were told that nothing is popular but for pizza houses. And projects like with Mr. Yevhen Klopotenko, Yizha Kultura, or food cuisine. So these are the projects that actually study the capacity of our cuisine and make it more relevant, make it more popular, and make our own cuisine an integral part of our cultural urban space. Ukrainian culture is getting integrated into society. It is becoming more fashionable. We can see that we have many people in embroidered shirts now, and we see that fashion industry is now reconsidering the use of embroidered elements. The fashion industry is using the coloring, the palette of colors, the palette of elements, and that's the way heritage can actually give its seeds and create a combination of something traditional and something new and modern, thus giving birth to new forms. If we speak about the music in cities, well, we have kabzar players, we have bards, we have ethno music, we have street musicians. Nobody is ever imposing any genre of music onto our musicians, but they are constantly appealing to the ancient Ukrainian music, to ethnical music, and this is a universal form that is now becoming highly popular. If we analyze even the winners of Eurovision, we can see that the world is also reading our identity code, and the world is interested in our identity code. I mean, when in this music there is an element of ethnic music, our identity code, the world seems to be more interested in that. It seems to me that in the urban environment, cultural heritage is of great capacity. Therefore, the task of ours as the museum is to discover as many sources as possible, provide access to them, enable people to use them, to study them, and to not to regulate it, not to bureaucratize it. But heritage should live its own life and should be giving it seeds that will grow in the way modern generation wants, because every new generation could actually attach new importance and new senses to this cultural heritage. So let this ever be a source of inspiration. Well, I keep trying answering your questions as a volunteer of the Wooden Lace project, and I'm thinking how, from the point of view of wooden hats with all those laces, we can view this problem of identity, of self-perception. Of course, there is this human touch. You can touch a building and you can feel it. But I've also recalled one story. Recently, in our community, we had a discussion, and somebody said that in the year 2002, if I'm not mistaken, there was a study which showed that 60% of human mood every day depends on the environment and the surroundings where the person is staying. I mean, several people were put into different closed environments. One of the people stayed in some dull room with Gothic elements, somebody stayed in a well-lit room, somebody was placed in an extremely lit room, and logically the study showed that the people staying in those well, aesthetic taste cannot actually be assessed because all the tastes are good, but the people who stayed in nice rooms with rich decor, well-lit rooms with some bright colors, so these people tended to be more positive and they stayed in a better mood, in spite of the fact that the overall settings they were given, the overall mantras were the same. They were told one and the same thing. So it's all about your feelings that you have when you're walking along well-paved city. You know, modern architecture is nice, modern buildings are nice, but still I'm in favor of wooden hats, which are a little bit older, and while we communicate with the people who were born in that environment and were growing up in a city full of colors, we tend to understand that they saw this culture, that saw that those buildings are being taken care of, and in fact that contributed to their personal development. The way we treat buildings, we have to treat us, we have to treat other people. So it's all about being caring. It's about one and the same note for everyone, because you're walking along the city and you get the feeling that each and everyone is your brother. Is the person you know very well, because you've got some views in common. You have some shared views regarding how your housing should be taken care of, and therefore you have a shared vision regarding how you should be treating each other, how you should be taking care of each other. It seems to me that that's it. Well, thank you. It's rather difficult to speak about heritage in the broad context and not to go beyond the limit of 1 hour. Sorry, this is our last session. The day has really been intense. But I would like to also give some time for the Q&A session. Not too many questions. All the other questions will be asked informally. So I can see 2 hands, so that is where we will stop. Yes, and let's collect the questions, and we will not have 2 rounds, but we will just give concise blitz format answers to the questions. So let me add 10 minutes, and well, what we do within 10 minutes will be enough. Thank you for this discussion, and my question is about the following. We were talking about recovery and not reconstruction. You said that this is a better term. And to do the recovery, to ensure the recovery, you need to know what the original looked like. Live and dynamic culture is something most people are using, and we don't always have this expert level among an overwhelming majority of people. So my question is regarding promotion of ideas and about implementation of ideas. If you're an ordinary person and if you're not an expert in the field of heritage preservation, but you're very much willing to contribute to this, let's say to go caroling, singing carols from home to home, or to do something digital, or to do something with your house, to have some recovery of your house. The skills of this person are limited in terms of monitoring of what is done, of what needs to be done. So maybe the person is not implementing the project absolutely in the right way, or at least this is not done 100% correct, because the person doesn't have enough expertise to do it absolutely in the right way. And it is the phase where a lot of people tend to stop implementing the project. So I'm interested in what you think regarding this. The people who were developed in this anemic culture, and the people to whom grandparents were not transferring that heritage, but anyway they're willing to recover this heritage, but they lack skills. So should they be engaged in that? If yes, then how should they be engaged in that? And how could they be promoting those ideas to the wide public? Thank you. Let's take the other question at a time. Irina? Well, thank you. Thanks a lot for this discussion, and my special thanks go to this question, what should be done if we have already sacrificed the heritage of World War II to Russians? My question is as follows. In the context of those talks, we find some time to speak about the Soviet heritage, but for some reason, and traditional things, but there are 2, I would call them waves. Probably that is just the problem of lack of time, but we can already steer trends there. So what do you think? Maybe I have missed some of your discussions, but there are 2 ways that are kind of missed out. The wave of Cossack architecture, because a lot of architecture, a lot of culture from the Cossack times has been preserved from the period of Ivan Mazepa and after him. Ivan Mazepa is the headman of Ukraine. And I've, by the way, noticed that in Lutsk there are the Art Nouveau period buildings, as I think. Maybe I tend to wrongly classify them as Art Nouveau, but at least maybe not enough attention is paid to this style. If enough attention was paid to that, I would at least know how to classify and whether I'm wrong or right in classifying these buildings as Art Nouveau. I mean that for some reason there is a tendency not to touch upon these two layers, but that could be helpful for market science, for creative industries, for urban planning. So for some reason, we don't have it on our mental map. Why do you think it is so happening? Well, I suggest that you give answers to those two questions, but you have just several minutes. You can be giving your answers to those questions within 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll be brief. I think that my answer is pretty simple. That is because that is not a trigger. And if something is not a trigger, we are not careful about that. If there is a trigger, if we are irritated at something, if we cannot put up with something, we are not admitting that we cannot put up with that, and we cannot cope with that, but that's so. And then we talk about that. And this is not a trigger. And if we speak about the presence of this heritage in the Ukrainian space, it's mostly present in Western Ukraine, and Austro-Hungarian Empire is not perceived by us as a stage of colonization for some reason. And, well, this seems to be ours. This seems to be nice, but somebody needs to take care of that. So this is my quick answer to your question. And regarding your answer, well, it was probably more a question to my colleagues, but I will mention one important thing here. The notion of expert and expertise in the world has gone down in the world. Experts are important, but the most important are the people who live with that heritage and work with that heritage. And let's say in our schools, we tend to bring up our future architects as the mediators in the social process. These are the experts who are not supposed to fix the problem and to decide after reading a lot of books on what is good, what is bad. These experts are supposed to come to a common decision with a community or with a person. So this agency belongs to the community, because it is the community that will live with that and that will transfer this all to future generations to come. Well, Irina has actually given the answer to the question. No. I will just covered the element of buildings. Well, if we speak about recovery, restoration, renewal, well, if we speak about the physical side of things, of course, we could advise you to use different reference books, ChatGPT, different sources, but we have plenty of sources and plenty of recommendations, and well, quite many of them are working. But it's not a fact that all of them would work well for us. So I think that we should use common sense. We should use the experience of the people who have been doing this for many a time. I work in the field of TV, and on TV we say you need to be a kind of a gypsy, a Roma people representative. You need to ask questions, to interrogate, to go from here to there. And if you know that there are several projects in Ukraine dealing with recovery and restoration, give a call to them. I'm sure that nobody will reject your offer to consult, to provide some consultations to you. Quite often I'm given a call and people ask me, how do we install insulation in our house? And we are not experts, but we say that we did it that way, or the owner did it that way, and the building is there, everything is good, you can just call him and communicate with him. So the more you keep asking, the more confident you become that he will be a success. And all the more we have got more versions of accepting the responsibility and more options. Well, almost nothing left to be added. Just let me say thank you for the question. If we speak specifically on carol singing, so let me advertise. I have a free of charge course online and on that platform called Know Your Ukraine. That is kind of a round of lectures on how to sing carols, what kind of tradition this is, how you do the Christmas star, and things like that. But if we speak about this in broader terms, of course, this is something that needs to be done. And remember, I talked about the sources which we use to dive deeper into the topic, and in particular at the local level by restoring a certain phenomena. Do it now, because you still have sources, you still have people whom you should talk to in order to get their experience. That is something that is still relevant and precious today. And we are always open to give some pieces of advice as an institution, as a museum. Please feel free to address it. We will help you in the format of masterclasses, scenarios, masterclasses. We will share the records we have. So please do approach us, and please don't forget that you need to do something that you like doing. And to answer your second question, let me say that we deal with the traditional culture from the 19th and 20th century, but every topic that we represent is the topic where we try to dive deeper. If we speak about Christmas carols, so we go back from the age of Principality up to the new epoch. So we go through the Cossack period, and now we are opening up a new block of the Holy Protection block because well, we will do it on the 1st of October, and we will try to show the continuity of traditions. By which I mean that in our work we are always trying to go deeper and deeper in order to show that the culture we have inherited has actually absorbed and engulfed in a very harmonious way all those layers that we had in this culture. Thank you. I will just add one more thing, if I may. Regarding your question, you spoke on the Kazakh age. Well, in fact, we don't have that many materials. Maybe I'm not an expert in that topic, but you claim that there are quite many materials, but I don't think so. But the reconstruction of Baturin, the capital, with no materials left regarding the original appearances, well, this is a crime, I would say, and this is the example of something that shouldn't ever be done. Well, thank you, dear speakers. In fact, we could proceed for hours because there are so many things to discuss in detail, but I suggest, if you don't mind, let's keep our discussion during networking after the official wrap-up of the day. And at the end, to conclude, I would just like to say that people are the top value, people who are the carriers of those traditions, people who appreciate and cherish those traditions, particularly the people who are now defending our values at the front line. So I think that I would rather finish with this positive note, and thanks a lot to all of you for your attention. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for an interesting discussion. Thank you for the moderation. And now we will have about 10 minutes of a short wrap-up because I need to inform you what is going to happen tonight and tomorrow. So just before you leave and go sightseeing or stay here for some networking, let me first of all congratulate you on the occasion of completion of the first day of our forum, I mean the official part. In fact, you have covered a lot today with a number of different topics, and at the solemn ceremony, opening ceremony, we had an interesting discussion. We had the acquaintance part. Then we spoke during a panel discussion on social recovery, human scale, building institutions. There was a round of brief presentations. And we were talking about heritage preservation. This is exactly the same mentee that you had today in the morning and you will have tomorrow. You may leave it open. And I would also ask my colleagues to show this QR code in the chat. We will not be discussing this question, but I would ask you to give your answers to the following question. Next slide, please. So here you have the instruction. If you don't manage to do it within the time allocated, you will be able to use the code and to answer the question. So there is only one question related to speakers, moderators, participants. Please recall the whole day and what you normally keep in your memory is the last session, but please try to recall the whole day. And if there has been something of interest, if there has been some interesting quote, or if any interesting idea has been generated in your mind today, so please put it there, and you will yourself be able to read it out. I will not be reading all this out. So